I have no idea what this song is. Are y'all shaking Ordain? Y'all are shaking Ordain without me? What the fuck, guys? What the fuck?
All right.
No, 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 no! Please, Mr. Boss, please, I beg you. I beg you. No, 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 no!
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Aww. All right, chat. How are you doing? How was your Thursday? You mean the Metallica song? It's about being a bad pirate? I don't know what song this is. Whiskey in the jar. Oh. Huh.
Wake the fuck up, samurai.
I'm awake, Johnny. Kind of,
We have a
sort of.
city to burn.
Barely. That does sound tempting, not gonna lie. That does sound tempting. Heart attack. Why are y'all clipping these things? These are the same things that y'all do at the beginning of every stream. You do not need to clip those. Especially with the trick one. It's the same bit every time. It does nothing. If I ever edit one of the trick ones, then it's the same thing. It's the same thing every time. Clip the response to the clip. God damn it. I swear to God. I swear to God, all y'all do every day is try to piss me off. I feel like a blue collar, like, fucking foreman. I swear all y'all do is fuck around just to piss me off. Burn down your local data center? Yes, you should absolutely burn down your local data center. Especially if people's power is going out because of the data center. Or that you're having to pay the electrical bill of the data center. Because that's happening in some places. 10 push-ups. All right, hold on. We gotta do the push-ups. I swear to God. Son of a bitch, I swear to God. Trying to clip the brick, but I got a dumbass stream delay. This is why I clip manually? Yes, you should clip manually.
There's our man. There's our man.
10,000 clips later. All right, let's do the squats. Not squats, push-ups. 10 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Okay. Come here, chair. Come here, chair. Manually clip chat, put in the work, put in the hours. Canada did run the White House once in the past. Also true. And they can do it again. Who do you think the Geneva Convention was for? It wasn't for the United States. Wasn't for the US. Wasn't really for the USSR. Maybe a little bit for Germany. But it was for Canada. It was for Canada. I guess Geneva's list, if you will. There's a new chat GPT art fad going around that's show yourself at work under each one of the comments. How many gallons of water did it take to make this photo? Ooh. That's honestly fucking... I mean, you can actually look that up. That's a metric that we know. You're streaking at 50. Why are you streaking? Put your pants back on. What the fuck? Supposedly ChatGPT is down right now. People are freaking out. Good. Fucking good. And I hope when it comes back, it wipes all their made-up girlfriends. Okay. Chat, how many of you would know the Overwatch thing right now? Not my AI wife, please. I hope she gets deleted, you fucking pathetic sperm. Can we waterboard every chat GPT user by using the amount of water they wasted? Probably, honestly. Probably. Heck? Okay. I playing quit long ago. That's the thing is, if you don't know what's going on, Blizzard is dropping the 2 off of Overwatch. Apparently, they're trying to do some big major rehash with their new shits. But they're releasing 10 characters in the next year, and 5 of them come out next week. 5 of the 10 characters they're going to release in a year is coming out in a week. But that's not the problem that I have with this. It's let me get the picture here. I need this image by itself. I'm gonna pull up the picture of one of these new characters, chat. And I hope you'll see the same thing I do. Y'all see it, right? Y'all see it, right? That's Tracer. This is apparently a new fire-based character named Anrin. That's fucking Tracer with a wig. That just looks like Tracer with a wig and different makeup. And I have the same fucking, like, where is it? Overwatch Juno. I legitimately thought when they announced Juno, where's a good, like, close-up picture? This one. I thought this was a fucking Tracer skin. I legitimately thought this was a Tracer skin. And when I saw the end of the trailer and it was like, oh no, this is a new character, I was like, no, the fuck it ain't. No, the fuck it ain't. It's meant to be a young sister. I know it's supposed to be his sister because they're doing like this avatar shenanigans. She got a big ass though. So does Tracer. The place they know Tracer from shall not be named. I know what it's from. I know what it's from. It's from, you know, the greatest advancements in animation technology. You know, the greatest advancements that came out of Overwatch's special division. But like, Juno looks like Tracer, and then people are comparing Anrin to Juno, which to me, again, just looks like a Tracer skin. Why? I still swear to this day, this was supposed to be a Tracer skin, but they were like, oh, but what if we just like took one pistol and made her a support? Then we could just make a character like super easy. Because I think technically they also have like the same animations. I forget for sure, but I want to say Juno has the same running animation as Tracer, but it's slowed down because she's on like hover skates or something. We use big guess words here. Rule 30. God bless those Bioshock Infinite fan animators. Prage B. But yeah, that's... Also, here's the comments. And then this is where I found the thing. This is like the top 3 here are, well, top 4 technically, are Deadlock, in case you haven't been playing it. Silver Graves, Celeste, who is in fact a carnival stage magician. She's not actually playable yet. And I can't remember her name, but she's basically an engineer. She's Rosie the Riveter type with like turrets and a minigun. Yeah, she's a unicorn. I'm ignoring the unicorn part because it's literally my least favorite thing about her. McGinnis, thank you. And they're basically comparing them as like same face versus fucking at least somebody that has like creative divisions. Jesus fucking Christ. These 3 on the left on Overwatch are all the same. Anrin, Juno, I forget the Norse lady's name. I had no interest in her. And Kiriko. Kiriko, for some fucking reason, as I guarantee you, some fucking executive's horn dog character, she gets a brand new epic skin every other patch. It's stupid. Seal I see is Alt Mercy, Emo Mercy, Unicorn Mercy. That's not fair. They all have German noses. Saberface? Saberface? What is Saberface? Monica over here. Porn, the answer's porn. It has to be done deliberately at this point. Amazing. Amazing. So work a game to get cool horny skins for favorite characters? That's all I can guess. The thing is, though, they made her for Overwatch 2. Wasn't she like, didn't you get her for buying Overwatch 2? Fate Night thing, all sabers look like Arturia? I don't... I don't think that's even close to true. Give me some examples here. I mean, like, there's always the dudes. Barghest. Barghest doesn't look like Arturia. I mean, she's blonde, but that's about where the similarities end. I do know some of the ones you're talking about, like the mysterious, like, what is it? The mysterious lady or whatever it is. I know the other ones you're talking about that basically just, what's her name? What's the Roman Emperor one? Yeah, Mysterious Heroine X. The Roman one that doesn't wear pants and just shows her cooch the whole time. Nero, thank you. Damn, why did I forget that? Got a long-running Ram Hungy stuff that freezes everything, I assume? That Faria's going to voice Andrin? Faria, the same woman that voiced Symmetra? I mean, yeah, let's see. Nero. Images. Here, this, well, that's not a very... It's not a very big PNG. Here, let me just open this image by itself. It'll do, but it'll be a little grainy. Here's Nero. She wears a dress that has a sheer front for some reason, and you always just get her cooch. Anjali Banani? Okay, got you. Why did I think it was... Who do I know, Who do I know Faria from? The name sounds so familiar, but I can't think of... Let me see. Voice actress... I butchered that. Hold on. Farah! Okay, that's... I was like, I swear that she's already a voice actress in Overwatch. What do you mean she's a fucking streamer? Oh, is it Ask Faria? Oh, and she's the face of Alter in Apex Legends? Okay. Nope, I don't think I've ever seen this person as a streamer. Although she, this is gonna sound mean. She looks like a less famous Erika Ishii. She's an Overwatch player? Okay, that explains it. That explains it. That'll do. So when can we bully a dev to putting Marin in a game? That's a good fucking question. Probably when we get at least big enough to be noticeable by Twitch. Because other than that... Hold on, I'm closing some of these tabs real quick. What the hell? Oh, okay. Put you away, put you away. I don't think we need that anymore. Chats! You know how we were talking about a specific horror movie that was coming out sometime soon, TM? Thank you, dude. Thank you for the lurk. Gonna go listen to Rockfields. What the fuck is Rockfields? Time to end the week. I mean, we could do that too. That's not the worst idea. Hi, Newt. How are you doing? The next Solid Snake. I don't know what I could be in like a Metal Gear Solid game. Let me see here real quick. Oh, I remember what I was doing. What the fuck is Rockfields? Documentary? The studio on the farm? Is that what it is? All right, chat. Do you want to see a trailer for a movie that I've been looking forward to? Oh, you know what'd be good is if I actually change the fucking audio settings for today in case we watch other videos. Yeah? Yeah?
毎日ぎゅうぎゅう詰めの電車乗って会社行って同じこと繰り返して
I want to see how long it takes for somebody to guess what movie this is.
そっちの方が至極みたいでそっちの方が至極みた
Who's
い
the
で
first person who's gonna say it? Come on.
そっちの方が至極みたいで
There you go, Sunstar. They released a trailer literally this morning. I cheated. You cheated. I mean, it was on like the sign and stuff.
異変を見つけたらすぐに引き返すことはいえ 変が見つからなかったな
Too slow, beef. Too slow.
増えた
I'm genuinely excited for this movie. It comes out in April. Oh, he laughed.
引き返す
Cheating ass Sunstar? What do you mean cheating? I did also like quote tweet it earlier, just before stream.
やましいことあったりして
Hold on, I need a drink of water. Oh god, the fetus!
悪いことしたから出られないとかですかね
I'm genuinely excited for this movie. Even if it's technically being brought to the US by Neon. Squats! God damn it. All right. We'll do the squats in a second. But yes, that is the current horror movie that I'm most looking forward to. April, which means we got... All right, chat, we're legally obligated to stay alive for 2 more months. Your government is not allowed to kill you for 2 months. Squint squats? What? What do you... Oh, good lord. I opened YouTube because I was going to go check and see what if there were any other horror movie trailers that I haven't seen. And I opened it to CDog VA's newest video. I tried every YouTuber product. I think I would rather throw myself off a building than do that. Because he has Feastables, Linus Tech Tips, Screwdriver, Prime Energy, all the Hot Ones flavors, various coffees, cookies, Babish's knife, it looks like, and somebody's ramen? Some creator's ramen cup, I guess? Have you watched Shin Godzilla? No. I ride motorcycles, no promises. God damn it. Oh, can you be careful? Can you wear your helmet at least? Vita Ramen? No, it's not Vita Ramen. It's in Japanese, so I'm guessing it's some kind of Japanese creator. And then something called Chamberlain Coffee. I have no idea what that is. Oh, Top of the Morning Coffee. That's Jacksepticeye's coffee. There's some good creator merch out there. True, but I wouldn't say these count as merch. These are products. These are products that aren't necessarily sold in like the creator's merch store. They're sold to like major corporations to stock in their stores, especially something like Feastables. I've returned Twitch Mobile's having a time. Doesn't usually have a time. 10 out of 10 would definitely recommend. You should go check out the merch. You're right, Sunstar. Chat, if you want really cool merch, that is definitely worth having. Because I am actually wearing my hoodie right now. It is fucking comfortable. I like wearing my hoodie during stream. I have both the hoodie and the what is it called? Crew neck. That's the word. And they are fan-fucking-tastic. The hoodie is also lined with like a little bit of fur on the inside. So it's extra soft. Extra soft. Quick chat, buy it all? Listen, if you did, I would consider... Actually, we may have something soon. What's your pleasure? A particular
What's your fear?
artist sent me something yesterday? It was either yesterday or the day before. And he may have something that we may be able to make. What the hell? Oh, the McAllen scam. Okay. I know that one. Okay, let me see here. Horror movie. What do we have coming out in 2026? Let's actually do a little bit of a look around real quick. We'll go back to big chatting. Actually, we'll go back to desk. I want my desk. I like my desk. If you're not buying merch, means we don't get more merch. More Baron merch on the horizon. A single piece. But let's see. What horror movies are there for 2026? Upcoming horror movies, 2026 and beyond. Whistle. Oh, The Strangers is still going. Okay. Today is the 5th. Okay. So apparently coming out. Oh no, that's The Strangers coming out tonight. Okay. Whistle and Strangers come out tonight. Psycho Killer, the 20th. What is Psycho Killer? Police officer tracks the killer after her husband, a highway patrolman, becomes one of his victims. And Malcolm McDowell's in it. Ooh. Scream 7. Darling? What is Darling? Are we getting a horror movie based on the clone sheep? Is that what this is going to be? Nope, that's an actual woman wearing like a porcelain face. Macy, a young woman, is abducted by a monstrous figure intent on raising her as their own child. Okay, it's a film festival movie. That at least gives me more hope than, say, like A26 or whatever that brand is. On the place where Sunstar can't get it? Which one is that, Sunstar? Which one's the one that you can't order it from? Is it Uwu? I don't know. Their stuff is like, what is it? There's something about it that just doesn't feel right. Oh, right. They're releasing another fucking Faces of Death on the same day Exit 8 releases. Ooh, do I want to go see Faces of Death? That could just be a whole day of going to see movies. Oh, speaking of A24, Undertone. Host of a popular paranormal podcast becomes haunted by terrifying recordings mysteriously sent her way. Okay, at least this doesn't look like a movie that does its entire perspective on like a laptop. But it does look like the entire perspective is from different camera angles in the room of the woman sitting at her laptop. Okay. Ready or Not 2, Here I Come. After surviving one deadly game, Grace and her sister Faith must now outrun 4 rival families competing for a powerful throne. Winner takes all. What the fuck does that mean? Oh God, it's Elijah Wood playing a millionaire again. Christ. Oh, I know, he plays a lawyer in this one. Okay. I do want to see Ready or Not 2. Why are they making... Okay. There's something that drives me ballistic whenever they make a movie or a TV series that is about some kind of deadly game that they escape and then for some fucking reason decide that these people get pulled back into the game. Hunger Games. Ready or Not for some reason. What was the one I just said? Did I say Squid Games out loud? I don't know if I was thinking it or if I said it out loud. Squid Games, Ready or Not, Hunger Games. All lawyers are fairies? No, just Elijah Wood. Elijah Wood is definitely a fae. I don't remember the first Ready or Not. 2019. Okay, what's the plot for this one? Plots. Lawrence's family arrives in ceremonial masks and robes. Despite the bride Helen's pleas, Charles is shot with a spear gun and dragged away into a locked room. 30 years later. In exchange for the family observing a tradition at midnight on their wedding day, every new member draws a game card from the Bale's puzzle box. Grace draws hide and seek, believing it to be a harmless game. Grace hides herself in the La Domazes. Each receives a weapon. Alex finds Grace, who witnesses Emily accidentally kill a maid whom she mistakes for Grace. Alex reveals that his family is cursed. If the new member draws the hide and seek card, why is it specifically hide and seek? The rest must find and ritually sacrifice them before dawn or they die instead. Are there different games? Are there different games? Who's seen this movie? Who's seen this movie? Are there different games? Is it just the hide and seek card where they have to ritually sacrifice the person who just married into the family? Okay, so where is it? Mr. LaBelle is a demon. Okay, got you. And then now there's a second one. must now outrun 4 rival families competing for a powerful throne. Why? Where do these 4 families come from? Wow, that is some of the worst cosmetic glass shards I've ever seen pretend to be shoved into a person's arm. Maybe you guys should have stuck with CGI. That was terrible practical effects. I saw you say it, Beef. I saw you say it. How delayed are you? I have no dropped frames. Why are you so delayed, Beef? Movie is basically hide and seek hard mode for a demon. Okay. The poster being double or nothing. I don't know. I don't think I have interest in this movie. And then, of course, there's Faces of Death. A woman employed a website content moderator comes across a series of violent videos reproducing death scenes from a film. Jesus Christ. Who the fuck is Nathaniel Woosley? He looks like a serial killer. Ooh. I'm sorry, I've been trying to fix it. About there being different games? No, I said, oh, I see. Okay, so there are different games. It's a silly movie. It's not terrible. Is it silly and like murdery in the same case as like, oh, what was that one with Daniel Craig in it? It's apparently a series now. The one it's compelling. No, it's just stupid. Knives Out. I was like, Knives something. My brain was like Night of Knives. That is not right. That is 100% not right. Okay, this home media releases. What is Hokum? Horror writer visits an Irish inn to scatter his parents' ashes. Unaware the property is said to be haunted by a witch. From the studio that brought you Longlegs and the producer of Weapon. Producer? Singular? Singular? Interesting idea. Hi, Jerry. How are you doing? Oh, Adam Scott's in it. Never mind. Never mind. It's more funny than scary. Very Eat the Rich. Is it like Eat the Rich in the way that it's like, wow, these people are fucking terrible. They should kind of just die. Or is it actually kind of Eat the Rich? Dropkicks the muskrat. Good job, Ordain. Go get him, champ. The first one. Got you. Got you. So it's not really, not much of Eat the Rich. The Bride? The Morrigan? Oh, right. They Will Kill You. Who's seen the trailer for They Will Kill You? I need to know. Anybody. It's like it takes place in a hotel. Beef has so much lag. Fuck with Twitch. Yeah. It's actually good. Would recommend. Yeah, there's a movie coming out called They Will Kill You. Do y'all want to see this trailer? I'm going to show you this trailer. I'm going to go ahead and say it looks terrible. It looks genuinely terrible. And I don't mean in like its budget is low or anything like that. This is a 2 minute and 45-second trailer. What do you think they're going to do in this trailer, chat? What do you think they're going to do in this trailer? Die? I mean, some people are. Spoil everything? Correct, Mungo. Correct. You released a trailer that's over 2 minutes long. Do you know what's going to happen? You're going to spoil the whole goddamn movie. You're going to spoil the whole goddamn movie. Like a fucking moron. What happened to the movies where like you don't know who the villain or the monster is until the end? What happened to the like early 2000s slasher movie trailers that was like 90% just people screaming with a really cool narrator voice? All right. I saw this trailer. I want to say I saw it in theaters several months ago. I'm pretty sure that's where I saw it. They always spoiled the film? Not always. They were usually a little bit better at it. At least I remember some of the shorter trailers for it. Regardless, horror trailers need to be shorter. They need to be shorter, and I don't want to know who not the protagonist. I don't want to know who the antagonist is. If you did like, what would be an example? If you made an entire trailer for, what was it? Multiverse of Madness. We'll go with that. We'll go with Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. If you went with that and you never knew Wanda was going to be the bad guy or that any of the council members were going to show up, that you like weren't going to see fucking Patrick Stewart as Professor Xavier. Oh, what's his name from that one comedy series as Mr. Fantastic and like all that jazz. But no, they put that shit in the trailers. We're not allowed to show any of the promotional material. Listen, protagonist and antagonist does not mean you're good or bad. It just means who the story focuses on versus who is, okay. Protagonist is always who the story focuses on. If the story focuses on Doctor Doom, he's the protagonist. I would always assume Wanda was the bad guy. Scarlet Witch always sucks butt. I think to this day, have slowly grown to resent whoever the actress is that plays Scarlet Witch, because she is so boring. To put in the scene bits in the trailer were picked out by AI as the most impressive shots in the film. I don't want to place any money on that. I doubt they did that, but I also wouldn't be surprised. But here, chat, I want to show you this trailer. Fantastic entry. Cool hotel, obviously. Oh, shit. Obviously. Fucking pentagram on the roof, so.
Buildings in Manhattan.
Hi, I'm the new maid.
With such wealth comes the expectation of the highest quality of service.
And hold on, I want to talk about cool locking door.
Locks.
Why does the room look so cheap? Actually, you know what this reminds me of? I just realized this. Faye, are you here? I don't think Faye's here right now. At least I don't think Faye's listening. What is, somebody may know the name of this movie. It is a horror movie about a dance academy that like is full of witches. Well, it's Art Deco. It's an Art Deco style. Oh, good Lord, you're right. She is headlighting. She is headlighting hard. Does it start with an S? Suspiria, that's it. Not the 2018 one. The 1977 version. Like, this is the kind of shit it reminds me of. Yes, thank you, Beef. It is Suspiria. It's kind of grainy here, but it's like this cheap, like one layer looking wall. Like, I could punch through this wall, no fucking problem. It has that vibe that like everything was built cheap. Thing is, I've never seen the Cat in the Hat movie.
This building is a temple to Satan.
Oh, what gave it away? Was it the pentagram on the roof?
With a human sacrifice.
A human sacrifice? A human sacrifice?
Tonight, you are the offering.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then mind you, the only thing we can assume there is they found her in the closet. They decided they were going to try to intimidate her and gave her enough time to pull out a kill bag, I guess. Which means this woman came here prepared to do this. And we're only halfway through the trailer. And now it's an action movie.
You little shit!
There has to be a way out of here.
Why do we keep getting these?
The building was designed to be a death
I guess
trap.
there's people that like comedy horror. Ooh.
Our offering is on the loose. Be on the lookout. I just dropped her picture in the group chat.
Fuck you.
No. Fuck
Punch
you.
Child, 10 out of 10.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Kill bag is the series to Kill Bill.
I don't know what is going on in here.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
But Ray.
Oh, that was the pig, wasn't it?
Giving mood. Who the fuck are you?
Okay. This so it screams. Okay, and now we get her background. So she's been to prison. She learned to fight in prison. What would I see in the movie that I didn't see here? Can't make movies where actual rich people are the target of the victim's rage, so instead we get foul-mouthed anti-heroes? I guess. This feels like it'd be better as a video game. I could see it something like a whimsical slaughterhouse. Maybe? You'd probably end up with a lot of the things that like Resident Evil does, like the earlier Resident Evil, where you're in like a singular building, but a bunch of the doors are closed, which basically just cuts off like massive sections of the house to you. Which in this case would cut off massive sections of like the hotel to you, where then every time you go through, you run into like different people. I'm so annoyed because I could have probably enjoyed this movie, but this fucking trailer, it's like I said, it feels like you watched the whole movie already. There's not much reason now to go like to go to the theaters. Shit's locked the game. Yes. That's a legitimate strategy to a lot of horror games, especially classic ones. You'll play a horror game and just like have to ignore swaths of the location, even though you're basically like only in a house or only in like a company building. It is a funny mechanic, but it also means that you get to make horror games that don't go very far. Like in the ones where you have to like cross the city and stuff. Like that's a major area, but sometimes horror games only need to take place in like a mansion, a police station, for example. Like how many hours did we spend when we played Resident Evil 2's remake in the police station? Quite a lot, didn't we? Like 3 or 4 hours in the police station before we made it out. Keeping the story for the movie as vague but intriguing as possible. I don't remember if I ever saw the trailer for Iron Lung. I'm pretty sure I did when it was just like a teaser. Also, apparently it's only staying in theaters one more week. Well, like next week. I think it goes through next weekend or this coming weekend. And then I think it ends on like Thursdays. Like something's going to replace it, basically. Which means I may have to go see it today. If I wanted to see it in theaters. Ooh, do I want to go see it today? Weekday tickets are usually pretty cheap. I looked on like Monday. It was Monday or Tuesday when I looked. And it was like $5 for a ticket to go see it. And I was like, that's not bad. Compared to usually when I go on the weekend and it's like $12 fucking dollars. Did you give your blood as sacrifice when you saw Iron Lung chats? Oh, they were doing what, like blood donos or something? Phenomenal enough that Hollywood was panicking. Yeah, they kept removing it. Hi, Kaiser. They kept removing it from the box office listings. I still don't know if they put it back. I doubt it. Because they're a bunch of namby-pamby bitch babies that can't stand when indie thinks that they don't have their money-grubbing little thumb. Oh, I hit the arrow key. I hit the arrow key and got confused. All right, let's put this away. Belko Experiment was a bit of a weird one. Honestly, I didn't know it existed until I heard it on Dead Meat. Belko Experiment? What is that? 2016? Oh, okay. I think I do remember this one. In a twisted social experiment, 80 Americans are locked into a high-rise corporate office in Bogota, Colombia, and ordered by an unknown voice coming from the company's intercom system to participate in a deadly game of kill or be killed. I do remember this. They have a serious fucking actor cast in this movie. Fucking John Gallagher Jr., John McGinley, Sean Gunn. Those are the only names I recognize, but I recognize the faces of a bunch of these people. Especially John McGinley. Was it 8 p.m. tonight? You actually just reminded me. I need to see if there's more showings. Usually the last days I've been looking, they've been having showings at 7 and 7:45. Let's see if it's still the same. Oh, yep, The Strangers is out tonight. Don't give a shit about Send. 405. Oh, it just reloaded. Why did you just reload? There's only 2 showings? Where'd it go? I scrolled past it. 9:25 p.m. or 4:05 p.m. And that's 1 in standard format, 1 in XD. And they moved it to the smaller theater. Christ, dude. 5th in terms of highest grossing movies domestically currently. I'm disappointed that it didn't beat Mercy, but that's only because Mercy is fucking AI dystopian slop. It's so fucking stupid. And it has Chris Pratt in it. I will never understand why people go see movies just to see Chris Pratt. Fuck my movies, go see Iron Lung. True. I don't know. 9:25 feels a little late because then you don't get out until 11 fucking 30. Then too may have to call and notify folks about dinner plans. Oh boy. Oh, but wait, what the fuck? The Lego movie is showing at my movie theater. That's fucking goofy. Why does Melania have more showtimes than Iron Lung? That's so stupid. That's so stupid. All right, we got less than 5 minutes until the ad break. I hope there's another showing. I don't want to be the dickhead that doesn't see Iron Lung. I mean, Mark's already said that he's going to try to bring it to like streaming platforms somehow. Because Amazon wants to get their money returns. Ugh. Funded all of it by himself, acted in it, directed in it, and became a success that any other major Hollywood company. True. Very true. What is... Okay, I have no idea what that is. Put that away. Put that away. Now, chat. What do we want to do today? Do we want to keep yapping? Or do we want to play games? We could play some other games. Chillizart actually released a new game last night. Food. Oh, you want to do food? We can do food. Jeff Balsas funded the propaganda trash. No, he has to get his money back, and there's nothing coming back because, shocker, no one wants to watch Ava Braun Lights. Ooh. Yeah, there's the Razorback event is going on this week in Warframe. I signed in yesterday literally just to do catch up on all of the Daggett shit. Oh, the Valentine's event, yeah. There's not really much of anything I saw in there that I liked. I did go look at Ticker to see what they had. But okay, do you want to do food, Ordain? We want to do food? Okay. Let me go check Old Faithful first, which was Dancing Bacon. Private Suite Bus? Huh. You know what? Why not? What are we if not also a public transit channel? Why are you hitting Brulee? Why do y'all keep hitting Brulee in the middle of stream? You know what? Hold up. I'm going to go do something. Commands. Ungrouped. Crime Brulee. Edits. Save. Okay. Now only mods and above can do it. I found out about this last year. It was a trailer for a live-action Powerpuff Girls pilot that never made it because the trailer was so bad that even Warner Brothers regretted making it. Okay, hold on. Live-action Powerpuff Girls. Oh, this already looks stupid as shit. Why does Blossom look like some weird girl boss? Oh. Ugh. Ugh. They even tried to mimic, I guess, the original outfits from the cartoon onto actual people, and it just looks like a children's cartoon. Girl Blossom. No, it's Girl Blossom. Mark just says that Ireland will bring more indie developers to try and get into the game. I'm hoping so. I genuinely hope so. Tokyo Salaryman After Work Meals. That sounds like an interesting channel. 8 p.m. after work in Shinjuku. Okay, you know what? That actually sounds kind of fun. Wait, this guy has... Wait, why was this on my side thing? It has 120 views and 116 subscribers. He has 4 videos 9 days ago, 8 days ago, 4 days ago, and 4 hours ago. I was gonna turn them on. I just didn't want like y'all seeing me have to like look around. Like, look at this guy, Tokyo Salaryman, After Work Meals. That's an AI banner, isn't it? Same thing with the profile picture. Okay, game time. Let's do words. We'll do words today. Da-da-da-dum. Come on, work, damn you. Because of an Instagram reel that I found it, which the Powerpuff Girls trailer? Bring back the B movie? Why is this? Okay, there it goes. The B movie as in like, why did you just do it with The letter B. You mean the B movie with 2 E's, right? The modest budgeted films that try something out there? Oh, no, you did mean rating. You did mean rating a B movie. I got you. I'm back on the page. I'm back on the same page. I got you. Fuck you, insert the B movie gif? I mean, I think we do have the B movie gif. Yeah, B movie. If you have 7 TV, it's the entirety of the B movie at super speed. Okay. That's not directly Hollywood based. Now that makes sense. I get it. Okay. No. I know what it is. I'm just tired. Mostly. Oh. Hold on a second. Okay. And then we can just put that away. When you make a joke and your friend repeats it and gets all the laughs type shit. Wait, which one? I watched the entire Cars movie on Insta as a GIF. Like, was it sped up or were you doing it in like one of those like really dumb part 1 of 16? God, who remembers those? Sped up? Gotcha. Who remembers the days of like watching anime or TV series? 7 seconds. Okay, we're not gonna do another one. But who remembers those days of like watching anime or TV series or anything on YouTube, but in like the goodness, part 1 of 4, part 1 of 8, part 1 of 16. I've even seen some people upload entire fucking movies to like TikTok, but it's like part 1 of like 25. BRB, bones crumbling to dust. Yep. All right, Rivet, you'll be remembered. Everybody 07s for Rivet, who is going to be added to the bone dust pile. Free from ads, so we'll come back. Good song. Thank you, Jet Airliner. 2010 anime on YouTube, part 1 of 6, Spanish subtitles, 2026, bmovie.gif on TikTok. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right, do we want to do this? Do we want to see what this is? Wait, it says he has 8 videos. Does he have shorts? Okay, he just has repeat ones of shorts. The thing I'm more interested in here is, if you notice in his title down here, it says Coco Ichibanya. Coco Ichibanya is a like kind of chain curry place, but apparently it's super fucking famous. And every person I've tried to watch that has wanted to go to a Coco Ichibanya ends up not being able to go because it's always fucking swarmed. Like hour-long waits. All right, but the question remains, do we want to become a Japanese salaryman for a little bit of time, chat? Or do we want to see what a luxury bus looks like? Or do I need to break out the trains? Do we need to go find the trains? I mean, well, business class Singapore to Malaysia. Why not both? I went to one during my trip to Japan. It was amazing. I've heard it's like the best curry place in Japan in terms of like the famousness. Of course, there's probably some like hands-made, homegrown type place that's significantly better. Dancing bacon? I know what it's like to be a poor salary person. Come here, Neko. Bring it in, buddy. Bring it in. It's okay. It's okay. All right, we'll do dancing bacon first. Let me put the music away. All right. The ominous like night noises. Although, oh, Indonesia. Okay, I was gonna say this doesn't look like it's Japan. I forget this channel actually has its own captions. Double-decker bus. Ooh. 10-hour drive. Anything is wild? That's the power of the US dollar outside of the US. That's how overinflated costs are inside the US. That's just, I'm just saying, US costs are stupidly overinflated. Oh, people have some extra money. We can like raise the cost of bananas. The day bananas actually cost $10 for a banana is the day I burned down a Kroger. Oh no, this is Indonesia. Footrest? No, this isn't Indonesia. This isn't Japan. Japan is in the next video. Oh, he got a front seat. Without a minute to spare, we're moving off. Off we go. 838,000. I forget what the Indonesian currency is. Is it? I'm pretty sure it starts with an R. Is it? Fuck, I don't know. I can't think of whatever it is off the top of my head. Oh yeah, it's not. It's when the middle class has extra money. Also, the US. Oh my God, he was wearing Crocs. How could you? How could you? Just fills the whole fucking bucket. That's the thing? Which part's the thing? Screws? Where'd the screws come from? At least they aren't Lego Crocs. That's true. So, Ordain, when are you buying Lego Crocs? She shows up.
We have snack and mineral water. Okay.
It's a little weird to me how much these, this like bag and like its products and stuff weirdly make me think of like race cars. Does that make sense? It seems weirdly like race car merchandising. Spare parts? I hope so. Hope there are spare screws. Middle class actually having money? This is the thing, is when I say it sometimes feels like companies in the US, I say sometimes, most of the time.
We have a welcome drink.
Also, I'm not gonna lie though, her uniform is fucking killer.
Juice and berry juice. Do you want?
Could I get the
Like,
hamburgers?
that company uniform? Rupiah? Thank you. Thank you very much, Jerry. I was gonna say rupee, but rupee is not right. That's India. I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
Cranberry juice. I don't know why. It's her uniform reminds me quite a lot of like, what is it? Classic like air stewardesses. Oh wow, it comes with an emergency window breaker? That's amazing. Don't drink too much of that. Oh yeah, you're gonna be going straight to the bathroom. Oh, a table. Oh. Snazzy. Okay, that's extremely snazzy. Damn, I wish I could get on a 10-hour bus ride in this for like $50. But here, you spend $50 on a bus ride, and you're gonna be sitting between like two really smelly fat people on their way to Mexico. On like, what are those? Anybody remember the what was the bus brand that had like the little fat man on the back that always advertised like low prices? Y'all know the one, right? I can't be the only one that remembers this bus brand. I know it's out of business now. I thought it was $500. No, this is $50. I mean, we can go back and check. See if we can find the captions again. I'm pretty sure he put him up when he got into... So that's 1 minute. We're at about 5 minutes. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is roughly where he showed the price. Because the title of the video is $50 most luxurious private suite bus. No, I think it was Megabus. I think it was Megabus. Oh, there it is. Yeah, $50.28. Literally the split second I skipped back to the 5 minute mark. I think it was Megabus. I think you're right. Huh. No, it was just the fact that it was 838,000 Indonesian rupiah. It's also like the thing, who remembers when we watched, what was it? The video of the like food review channel on Iran. Who remembers how much the inflation for Iran's currency was? They were carrying around like absolutely fat sacks of cash because that's how much they got for transferring like $20, I think is what it was. Buns. Ooh. And then, oh, okay, another donut, but this one has cream in it. It's even worse now. Yeah, it is. It's also because of like the sanctions. Iran's currency isn't like really tied to much of anything, so it fluctuates massively. Are those just old French fries that were in a sealed bag? Butter cheese? Are they crackers? Oh, cookies. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. There were areas where hinges were not the smoothest and one got to be careful to prevent pinching your fingers. Yeah, that makes sense. Rode on a megabus that got into a real bad accident outside of St. Louis. There were some young ladies from China that were on and were terrified. My friend just fluent in Mandarin. He was volunteered to translate. That's kind of cool. If you go there with 20 bucks, it's worth like 1 trillion something. I would not doubt it. Are you thinking of Zimbabwe? There used to be memes that people would like joke all the time. It's like, I'm a millionaire in Zimbabwean dollars. But I don't think that's true anymore. I'm pretty sure like Zimbabwe's like reformatted its currency and like it's no longer like $5 equals 1 billion Zimbabwean dollars. Which also doesn't help though that like, you know, you saw how this was charged as like 838,000 rupiah. Those zeros that usually come after these things aren't really a big deal. Especially in a lot of other countries. It's just the fact that a lot of these things are like reduced in prices and overinflated in the United States. I mean, otherwise we could just be throwing pennies around. It's economic shenanigans is what it is. I don't know too much about it. It's economic shenanigans. Is this the chance for everyone to get up and go to the bathroom? There's probably not. Maybe there's a bathroom on the bus, right? Right. A double-decker bus has to have a bathroom, right? Right? What's this bullet train? No, this is a premium bus. This is a $50 bus experience. Is that man wearing a Dallas Cowboy? No, that's definitely not Dallas Cowboys. Is it? No, is it a hockey jersey? Maybe it was hockey instead. 20 hours? No, this is 10 hours. They said this was a 10-hour trip. Would lose his hair with how much money I'm keeping on my bank and not spending it? Oh, that's what we were talking about, is how like it feels like American companies treat people like they're mad that you have their money. So So they constantly raise price anytime somebody's like, anytime there's a point where people are like, Americans are finally saving their money, blah, 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 blah. Or raises are going up around X sectors and stuff like that. And annoyingly, extremely annoyingly, ooh, okay, that's kind of cool. And a beer? Wait, that wouldn't be beer. Oh, it's tea. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, Indonesia's a Muslim country, isn't it? I say, I doubt they're giving out. Ooh. Anyway, that looks delicious. My salary could afford a lavish life 20 years ago. Now I'm barely scraping by. Exactly, that's the thing. $40,000 a year in 1990 went a long way. $40,000 now is still just above the poverty line. Yeah, shareholders and CEO. But it's usually the thing with like, when you get those like sectors doing better, public, private, health, construction, et cetera, the worst thing is though, American companies get greedy and they're like, let's raise prices. You're telling me that like this sector has more money to spend? Let's raise prices and force them to pay that money. And because it's technically, and more often than not, in reaction to a small section of people, it affects everyone. Again, it always comes down to greed. It always comes down to greed. It's also why I get so upset when we watch these episodes or these videos and they're like, they show like a street market or something and people are buying like hot noodle dishes with more seasonings than a white man's ever seen in his life for 10 cents. And I'm like, maybe we should just burn down the government. Maybe we should just burn down the government. See, even their fucking cup noodle is cheaper than the cup noodle here. And it has more real meat in it. That was 78 cents. A cup noodle at my grocery store, a single one, is at least $1.25. At least. Giant 3- and 4-story neighborhoods being built around it? Gross. That's way too flat for beer. You're right about that. I don't know why I thought it was beer at first. Also, the little character. Nah. Oh. Bing Bing. Kelizatan? Kelizatan something? Or any shit here in the EU. I would be totally fine if Walmart disappeared off the face of the planet. The world would keep spinning. 78 cents for a bag of chips. Fried noodle flavored chips. Ooh. Wow, that is a disappointing amount of chips. Glad to know that the air-filled bags are a global phenomenon. Nobody would miss them? Correct. Pretty cheap near me, but I gotta get it from Mart. I've never heard of that brand. Is it a convenience store? Potato sticks. These are basically veggie straws, but these are all particularly made out of potatoes. I swear to God, he does the crunchy stuff on purpose. That man definitely just shoved that shit into his mouth. I was like, you're eating a McDonald's French fry? If I bit into the McDonald's French fry and it had the same texture as potato sticks, I would immediately. 30 cents? I'm upset. I'm upset. Hi, Cowboy. How are you doing? 1 hour to farm and buy my greens from a farmer directly, then go to the Walmart. I agree. I agree. Genuinely, if farmers started selling their stuff like more directly, and again, everybody's always going to say, oh, but farmers markets. Farmers markets are really hit or miss. I need to ask, does anybody live in a major city in the United States? Say like you live in New York, you live in or around LA, Seattle, Houston, Atlanta, anything like that? And have you been to a farmer's market? The bigger your city gets and you go to a farmer's market, the more it just turns into a bunch of fucking punk little assholes selling like 3D printed shit, weird handmade shit, or rocks. It basically boils down to, ooh, looks like tamarind almost. Like tamarind candy of some kind. Portland, and yes, even here, I live in not a very big town in Texas. And I go to the farmer's market and most of the stuff is like jams and like candy brands. I'm not even joking. It's brands that show up and try to like advertise their candies, their snacks, their whatever. Bum spraying. Don't forget to use your bum spray, chat. I wonder why they have a hot water, cold water. I go to roadside produce stands. Exactly. That's like the best place to go. Very rarely at this point do you find like people selling produce at farmers markets. It's just not that frequent. Sleeper bus, $41. Wow. Really? Oh, the wife is in another room. Amazing. Let's go and try it out. Just steals her fucking cabin. Amazing. Yeah, the sleeper is cheaper. Huh. Was that a mini safe? I missed that. It just says mini 1. I'm building an artificial Japanese onsen. Hell yeah, dude. Listen, if I could build a house, I would definitely build a wet room like a Japanese bathroom. I am doing something stupidly, well, I do something stupidly fancy because I really like tiles. I like tiles. Easier since it's more similar to a bed, I suppose. Which I'm guessing his just didn't like lay all the way down. Or at least Norwegian sauna room. True, you can actually do that with like the size of a closet. You don't need a very big room to build a sauna. It's $50 at the most is what we've seen so far. This sleeper one that he's laying down in is $41. The one he was in before that doesn't like fully lay down, which is this one, he's back in his room, is $50. But it's also right at the front of the bus, so you kind of do get to see the road and stuff. Is year round and surprisingly has a decent amount of produce? Really? Is it every day in terms of year round, or is it like, because mine here is 2 days out of the week. I know it's Wednesday night and like Saturday morning. Weirdly, Wednesday evening and Saturday morning are the days. Oh, good Lord, I can't read that name because it's too dark. Goth Girl Sock Stiffer. Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself? What do you have to say for yourself, Goth Girl Sock Sniffer? Yes? That's it? That's all? Nothing else? You are what you eat? Are you not the sniffer? Have you been eating the sniffers? Is that what you're admitting to? I don't know what to say to that. I am very confused. No! What a glorious time to tune in. I am so sorry, Isis. Who sniffers the sniff? What is that emote? Jesus Christ. It's called double, not the double chin. Are they eating the socks? What are you admitting to? Goth girl sock sniffer is you are what you eat, which means you are either eating the sock sniffers or you are eating the socks. Sniffing and eating? Oh my God. What have we become? What is this, chat? Why has this happened? I feel schizo right now. Do you? Is that what you're feeling? All right, let's get back to the bus. The Venga bus is coming. Although, oh, we're like right at the end. Eating the goth girl one specifically, I guess? Hey, there's another bus. But no, we promised we were gonna do this guy. Tokyo Salaryman After Work Meals is the name of this channel. It has 116 subs, has 125 views, and it was uploaded 5 hours ago. His comment is, tomorrow, let's try again. Huh. So maybe he'll upload another one tomorrow. Welcome to Shinjuku, chat. We're going to Koko Ichibanya, the most famous curry place in Shinjuku, at least. Possibly Japan. What about the tomboy socks? I'm wearing those. What I'm reading and hearing, I'm so sorry. Rich and bold. Wandering, looking for Koko Ichibanya. I'm pretty sure if I remember right, it's on like... It has a big storefront. Yeah, there it is. Isn't this the one that also has like a gorilla mascot? Or am I misremembering? Seat secured. This is my chair. Did you prefer the goth? What's the flavor difference? Oh, y'all better not start talking about the flavor profile of eating women's socks. I swear to God. I'll start skinning your legs and using them as socks. Oh yeah, I know it's a chain. I was gonna say, but I think this is also the brand that has like a gorilla mascot, doesn't it? Oh, maybe I misremembered. Maybe there's a different Koko curry place that's like usually packed full. I don't have leg skin because skeleton. I'm stealing your feet from the... I almost said ankles down. No, I want the knees down. They're mine now. I'm going to sew them into socks so that when I walk, they rattle. This is types of sauces. There's sizes. Oh, he's getting the small level of spices. And sauce? Extra sauce, I guess, proportionate to rice. And then any tempura or extras. I think that's what those were. Is it a charcoal grilla or a propane grilla? Did you just pay the mommy jar? All right, which one of you did that? Which one of you just paid up the ticket? I'm pretty sure that was the mommy jar. Of tomboy sock juice? No. No, you cannot. They have a store in all states except for California, Texas, and Hawaii. Koko Ichibanya does? There's not, wait, they're in every state except Texas, California, and Hawaii? California and Hawaii feels like the first ones that would have it. They're mine now, Beef. They're no longer yours. Oh, I was not he's telling a story and I totally missed it. I was just enjoying the ambiance. What? Oh, wait, was that real time? Jesus. Oh, okay, those plastic rings are to hold the receipts. $6. What do you mean they're in every state except those 3? So you're telling me Louisiana has a Coco Ichibana? Oklahoma has the Coco Ichibana? I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if, like, New York City did. A very important first bite. Eating it with the delicacy of gumbo. It's always interesting to me whenever, like, Japanese people explain taste for, like, savory dishes. They always refer to them as deep. We could go dual peg legs and be Seamus from Family Guy. Oh, good. Okay, I might as well take his arms then. If he wants to do the... Goodness, if he wants to do the Seamus cosplay, I'll take his arms too. There's always a sad thing too. Who remembers the videos we watched before of like the giant katsu? You know the ones I'm talking about, right? The like gigantic katsu on top of massive bowls of rice. I have never been able to find a place that does that, because every single place in the US only does this kind of like thin katsu. I'm not a build-a-skeleton. I mean, we're not building you, we're taking you apart. Something, something deep dish, blush, blush, something. Sunstar, go ahead and, I don't know, point the big gun at yourself or something. I don't know. What is that? Hold on, what, that's, I was gonna say, that definitely looks like, oh, heh. It's a heh. Can I get a name to stop bullying my fingers? Miriam steals my arms and legs? Correct. Correct. They're mine now. After stream, I'm just gonna beat you with them. No, it fell into the sauce. Everyone gets seconds when it was curry? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Except I wish seconds at an American school wasn't so fucking expensive. Chat, out of curiosity, do you remember how much your school lunch cost when you were in primary school? Does anybody remember the cost of a regular lunch? Like, just the first lunch you got, the like entree, whatever sides you got. Well, yeah, but that's because you're British. Like $12? Okay, at least 2 of you were British. Free question mark? No. No. It was $5.25 at my school. And then if you wanted to get an extra entree, it was an additional $2.50. An additional $2.50. Mind you, they are charging children. That's the same cost to feed a like preschooler as it was to feed a senior in high school. $3 for soup and bacon? Not even here. Y'all got soup? I think the only soup we ever had at my school was on occasion and very rarely like a taco soup. You're finished? Got you. I got them in Texas. Parents sent me, set an account, you punch in your code. Now if you want nicer shit, minimum $5. That's what we had. My school had barcodes for students. This is what it was really early on. And then later on, they actually scanned our thumbs to check out. But Before, they had basically what was a binder of barcodes that was tied to every single student's name, and the barcode would scan and bring up the student's account. And it was $5.25 at my school, all the way from 2nd grade through high school. It's not the DNA, it's the thumbprint thing. It rarely works. It very rarely works. Eventually they stopped using it. Hi, Robert, how are you doing? Eventually they stopped using it and just started putting in people's last names to find them. Later costs $2 if you want to pay at all. Now, we were all required to pay. And my school basically never wanted to give people like free lunch. If you tried to sign up for their free lunch program, they would obviously bring in your parents, demand to see all of your parents' financial information, and basically both scrutinize your parents as like failures as parents, and then demean you as a person for getting free lunches, because you couldn't get a regular lunch if you were on free lunches at my school. Mind you, this is a public school, and this was not normal. Normally you would just get whatever the regular lunch was. If you were on free lunch, you got a cheese sandwich every day. Or if you told them you didn't want a cheese sandwich, you got a peanut butter sandwich. On like plain white bread, and then like one of those little cups of peanut butter. The ones that they usually have at like breakfast places to put on toast. Maxing out your 2nd credit card while still in the balls? What do you mean you haven't been racking up assets? What do you mean you don't have 16 properties collecting value over time? Because that's how properties work, apparently. I still think we're dumb as shit for deciding that properties accrue value. That makes no fucking sense. Thanks, speculative marketing. Speculative marketing firms should be shot and burned down. Preferably burned down in front of the people and then they get shot. In game. Poor kids like prisoners. Yep, sounds like Texas. Yep. Exactly. Because the Texas education system is set to either spit you out as a productive factory worker or send you to prison. You can leave the building empty and the fuckers still make money. Yep. It's less of a directly making money, and it's more you can buy a building, leave it empty forever, and over time it is effectively guaranteed to accrue value. If it's not the building itself that accrues value, it's the land that it's on. Which is ass fucking backwards. Property should have a set value, a capacity to buy it at any level from any person, and it should be bought and sold for the same price every time. Unless there have been improvements to it. Unless there have been improvements to it. If, say, you bought like... Oh, this is a terrible example, but I'm going to go with this example because it's a lot of work. If you bought, like, say, like 60 acres and a certain portion of those acres was covered in just like dense forest or dense foliage, and you decide to cut it down and now it's basically just like a bunch of rolling hills or something, the value would probably change. The value of the land would probably change if you basically took all the wood off of it. In most countries, houses are depreciating assets, as they should be. As they should be. But America lives on the principle of line must go up, regardless of what the fucking line is. Which is why houses that were previously bought for as little as like $20,000 or $40,000 are now over $400,000. And the entire reason that the housing market is like that is because we allow the housing to become a speculative market, where companies can buy out properties and things that citizens need, not companies. Which means they basically get to drive the prices as high as they want them to go. Oh, not just today. Okay. Dump oil into the ground? Into the ground. Our line's looking a little low this year. We need to launch more rockets. No. It's not rockets. It's firing more people. Don't you know? The quote unquote best way to drive the line up is to increase the, what's the word for it? The surplus army of labor, which is the fucking economic philosophy way of saying the homeless and unemployed. By driving the surplus labor army higher, making essentially that population larger, it deters any person from stepping out of line of the system. The more homeless people there are, and the more that you can see how miserable they are, or how broken up the unemployed are, the more worthwhile it seems any job is really having, regardless of how terrible it is. Force people to rent, you will owe nothing and you will be happy. I only just realized that that is actually basically a bowl. That is a very deep plate. I miss when unions burn shit to the ground over things like this. Yeah, I do too. There's a people shortage coming here. I did see a news article about how like a bunch of states are now having tourism crashes. And it's like, oh, who's fucking surprised? Who's fucking surprised? When in order to come to the United States now, you effectively have to, oh, what's the word? You have to like give up 5 years of social media data. Give them your biometrics. Try to think of all the other stuff they're demanding from people coming into the United States. There's a bunch of other stuff to that list, but those two already are enough to deter me from coming to any country. I don't remember for sure, but I could have swore I also remember hearing somebody say that if you don't have 5 years of social media history, they won't let you in at all, which is, I don't know what to call that, man. Unhinged? Horrifying? Disgusting? Native Florida suck at DeSantis. Florida, Texas, I think Vermont was one of the other ones. California, literally everywhere, because of course it's a national quote unquote requirement. But, what do we want to do next? Hey, there's another Japanese salaryman food. $8 dinner at Mitsunoya. Chat, do we want to do this or do we want to find like a market or something? Or do I dare? Actually, chat. Crab season. It's a long video and we may not make through, well, we could probably make it through the whole thing. Seafood? Seafood food? Baron's daring again? What do you mean daring? Me who has deactivated Facebook account that's about 12 years old. Yeah, my Facebook, I deleted my Facebook in like 2016, if not earlier. Goodness, if not earlier. I'm pretty sure I was in college though already. Wait a second. I got a notification for some reason. Oh, it's not actually gonna work? Hello? How do you function, Instagram? I don't understand how Instagram works. Okay. Crabs? No. It's insane. Didn't they also ban Brazil visas from before? Yes. Let me actually see. Countries. Let's do that. There's a list somewhere. And a bunch of them are countries that are supposed to be coming for the FIFA Cup. Can I organize this? Nah, it doesn't look like it. But there's the significant part of the list. with a decent number of these countries supposed to be participating in the World Cup this year in the United States. Which is why kind of like Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, Yemen, Laos, Libya, Haiti, Iran, Eritrea, Equatorial Guinea, Chad, Burkina Faso, Afghanistan was on my vacation short list, but right now it's right next to Russia. That's where it should always belong. I'm not even joking. That's kind of where it should always belong. There are any vacation that you're thinking of having in the United States, you could probably do better somewhere else. Like, think of an activity that you would come to do in the United States. Are you coming to go hiking? Are you coming to experience the wildlife? Are you coming for the beaches? God forbid you're coming for the beaches. Already steal a World Cup? No, that was like a made up kind of thing. But FIFA did give him like a peace prize of some kind to like try and please him for some reason. I still don't fully understand that. It's, what's the word? Oh yes, kind of stupid. That's the word. That's the word. The next thing administration will be with you shortly. Even then, I don't know about that. We don't have an opposition party in this country. Crabs. Yeah, we don't have an opposition party in this country. We have a fucking a party that basically wants the exact same thing as the other one, but just doesn't say it out loud. Honk. Yeah, the peace participation trophy. What are you clipping? Oh, what is sticking out at him? That crab's trying to get you, boss. Be saying crabs? Okay. I suppose. Yo, electronic descaler?
11、12ですね。カニ解禁に合わせて、やっぱ成功もずわいもあるっていう時が、うちがやっぱその成功が
Psycho crab. Not spelled like crazy psycho, but the Japanese word psycho, which I can't remember what it means. Damn, that thing is fucking shredding him. Look at it go. Is it just like a grind cone? Banana boy in the background. Hey chat, you want a choco banana? Crab hats.
なかなかそんな高いもんいきなり売れんだろうっていうことで。
Muscles Farm. Did you tell us your experience? I can do better than that. Do we want to do that? Here, hold on a second. This one.
More efficient. Sustainably farmed mussels may be the perfect food. They're healthy, delicious, and they
Hi,
filter
chat. Welcome to my workplace. Say hello to the company I worked for.
water around them as they grow, meaning everyone wins. The problem is they're cheap, they're heavy, and they require a lot of labor, so it's hard to sell them at a profit. One of the ways it's done is by creating mussel
We're probably not going to watch this whole video. I just want to show you a little bit of
middle
it.
of the ocean, which
This is the company about
and make harvesting more
approximately a
efficient.
year before I worked for
So
them.
today, I'm out in Portland, Maine to find out how Bang's Island Mussels uses high-tech machinery and organization to turn this highly sustainable protein source into a legitimate business.
Yeah, this was their
The
old
day
equipment.
starts at 5 a.m. when the morning team gets in to load the boat up with ice and mussels from the previous day's harvest.
Oh, no,
that
no,
need
wait, that is
longer
still
to
the
grow.
same spot.
From
That
there,
is the same
they
dock
set out
space.
to one of their 6 sites in Casco Bay to start the long process of getting mussels out of the water and into the hands of chefs across
Still the best
country.
job I ever had to this day.
So what is a mussel raft?
It's a 40 by 40 foot square that floats in the water year round, and we actually hang muscle lines from the raft into the water, and the
Was
muscles
the boat
actually
person?
grow
I was
on
not on the boat.
That's
I was
neat.
doing the
Each one
processing.
of these ropes is full of muscles.
Okay.
So
We'll
let's
see
take
it in
a
just a little bit.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Eventually, I was hoping up to work up to their breeding program
These are
because they had just started the
almost
breeding
market
program when
ready
I
bones on muscles.
started
Okay,
there.
so obviously, like, one of the things you guys have to do is make new lines.
But that was like
Constantly, yeah.
over.
first step in the process is
At this
seeding.
point,
So we'll take one of these
I think
lines,
this one's from. Let's see.
cover it with mussel seed, and put it in the water.
Bangs
This
Island
video
creates
is
new
4
lines
years
of
old.
mussels in 2 ways.
So
They drop empty
a
lines
year and a
once
half.
a year during
A
spawning
year and a half
season.
from when this video
more
aired
commonly,
was
they
when I
create
started
lines
working
out
there.
of tiny seed
And the
mussels
process
and
has
mussels
changed
that are too
a
small
decent
to be
amount since
sold.
this video.
So this is the
Although the
mussel
equipment is exactly
feeder.
the same.
So essentially, you put little guys in here, and we make
Pennants!
mussel
What do you
sausage.
mean
Pretty
pennants?
much
You
that
bitch.
simple. So we've already got an empty line here, which we refer to as a fuzzy rope, because it's nice and fuzzy, has a lot
Yep,
of texture.
maximum
That's
surface
great
area.
stuff that the mussels like to biss onto. It gives them a lot of surface area. Then we'll load on our cotton sock, which is why this is referred to as a socking machine. This will encompass the mussels
Okay.
around the line.
All right, let's get them down there.
All right, that sounds great.
Also, reminder: this is like in the kind of the peak of COVID, which is why
That is
they're all
so
masked
cool.
up.
And over time, this cotton will biodegrade. It's basically just a temporary encasing so that the mussels have time to send out their byssal thread, their beards, their roots, if you will.
Right.
Adhere
The nasty
to that line.
shit.
Cotton
That for some
biodegrades
reason they
away,
don't clean
the
off of
mussels
regular
take its
mussel
place.
brands.
Would you use this for other
Bothers
shellfish
the
as well?
shit
For
out of me.
mussels only, because mussels only grow the byssal threads, beards.
Is that part of what makes mussels so efficient to grow?
Absolutely. The whole system is designed to have the mussels hold themselves on the line. So it becomes
Sadly,
very
I don't
efficient.
have the
You can
beanie.
use
I never got
a
the
lot of
beanie.
quantity in a
I do
small
have
space
like
at
a
one
hoodie
time.
and a couple
Pinch it
t-shirts
off.
though.
It really is sausage.
Absolutely. And then we let it go. This is what takes mussel farming to the next level. It's a way to control our density. It's a way to create consistent sizing throughout the year.
Oh yeah, in case
which
here,
is
real
what
quick.
we try.
So what they're shoveling into the essentially the sausage machine in this case, or the stocking machine, is all of the tiny mussels, the ones that were too small that basically came off of the old strands that they already pulled up, and they're basically just re-putting them back down. At the same time, they're pulling older ones up.
To strive for.
All right, so this is the moment
Very
we've been
easy.
waiting for. We're gonna pull some mussels out of the water.
Yes, we are. So we're taking our slide right now off
Here it
the
is.
boat.
The stuff that they were taking out there, let's go back to that bucket. That bucket on the ground there, we basically gave them that at the end of the night of processing. So more than likely, the ones that they're shoveling here were processed the night before, and they brought them out the next morning.
We try to strive for.
The sausage, yes, the sausage.
All right, so this is the moment we've been waiting for. We're gonna pull some mussels out of the water.
Yes, we are. So we're taking our slide right now off the boat. We're going to set it up between the raft and the boat. So we have a nice, smooth platform
Right.
to haul
Sadly,
the
I
mussel
did not
lines
get
from the
to,
raft onto the boat. So the first step
go
is
out with them again
clip
because I did
the hauling
processing
line to
mostly, which
mussel
was
line
later
so
in
you
the
don't
day.
lose the line, and then you untie it
I
from the
kind of
raft
regret not
and let it all fall.
saying that if they needed another
Hold up.
full-time person,
Just like that.
I would be willing to work the mornings because I genuinely would be. If it meant that I got to stay there and keep working there.
Yeah. This is almost exactly what we want to see. We want to see a lot of mussels that are the same size and big. This is our ideal mussel size. For
Hell,
Bangs
I
Island
see
mussels.
cucumbers.
So you can sort of see the difference here. Like
So
big
a couple of
mussel,
things-
little
oh.
mussel. These are too small. These will go back in the water.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
They'll grow. You harvest it another day.
So what else is going on?
How
the
could you,
road?
Bob?
Each mussel
How
line
could
is
you?
like its own little
Full-time
ecosystem.
voter?
So these have
Listen.
been hanging out in the water. These have been growing for 2 years or over 2 years. So not
Yeah.
only do we have some really fantastic big ass mussels.
So
Sorry,
if
big
you see
mussels
those little
on
like
here.
white
Mussels is fine.
All
sort of
but we also
translucent
have,
things, those are sea
the other
cucumbers.
organisms that have been growing along with it. So we have some ascidians, also known as sea squirts, barnacles. There are some algae.
They're little nasty guys.
There's a
Sometimes
lot
they
of
make
things
it
that
onto
grow
the
in
conveyor
water, so you
belts
never
at the
get,
end of
like, a perfectly
processing.
clean mussel.
But more
That's
often than
why
not, what
all
we
this
find
food
are
is
like
important. It makes
green
it nice and
crabs
clean
because
and
they're
ready-
invasive.
Ready for market. All right, so I'm gonna turn this on. The hauler's gonna spin. The mussels are gonna come up.
And it's gonna
and
be
if
real
you want,
loud.
You can help sort of push them off the line.
So you want to push even before they get to the stripper.
Chinese fishermen keep
Gotcha.
sneaking into the
It
nighttime
just
to cut and
helps.
steal their lines. That's
go.
fucking
Okay.
insane. Wait, where? Are they in
Oh,
Alaska? Is that where they are? Do they live in Alaska?
That was it. You did a great job, though. Nice job.
Okay.
This is what we start with. This is the raw products.
All
all
muddy,
kinds of
all
mud,
nasty.
Yeah, all kinds of sea squirts, small
crabs,
mussels,
sea
and
squirts.
then we have all this fancy gear to help us make nice,
It's much
clean,
harder to spot the crabs
market-ready
at this
mussels the
stage,
end
but
of the
they
day.
do make it all the way to
weird
shore.
Stuff that's going on here kind of makes me feel like there's more earth and life in the mussels.
It's a dynamic environment. It's full of
Very
life.
much so.
Exactly. You know what I mean? If there was not a lot growing on these mussels, there
And the
probably
thing
wouldn't
is,
be
we
growing very good
basically in our
mussels.
processing
So
period,
it
we
goes up
take
the
it from
conveyor belt. All this stuff
effectively
is
this.
specifically built for our farm. And then it feeds into the declumper, which is as simple as it sounds. It's
It just breaks apart the much larger pieces. It's not super good at it, which is why when it comes to land, we basically declump it again.
Broken up and clean, but the mussels themselves aren't broken. This is our
But a very similar machine to that one.
size grader. So obviously it vibrates and moves the mussels along and grades them by size. So the small ones, the seed falls through, and the market size mussels we put into these insulated bins.
So that whatever falls through here, we're putting back in the water in our socket.
Yep, we're gonna sock them back down in the sauces.
Exactly. Alaska and Gulf of Mexico? In Gulf of Mexico?
So, like,
that's way too far
a
for
typical
Chinese
day on the
fishermen.
boat is you come out, you say, I
There's
need
no way
10
there's
bins, or I need
issues
20
with
bins.
Chinese fishermen in the Gulf of
exactly.
Mexico.
Yeah, today we need probably 10 of these and another.
Alaska, I can
10
understand. Because that northern section of sea is like prime fishing territory.
They don't cost a lot. You have to do a lot of them. So
And,
we really
well,
need all this
within range
automation
of
and this
taking a
crew
small fishing boat from
to be able
China
to do
up
the
there to go
volume
fishing
that
and back.
works for our business,
But
you know, to
the
make a
Gulf
business out of it.
the Gulf of Mexico
you
requires
actually
them
eat
going
them in
through
this stage?
Panama or
Yeah,
around
yeah.
South America.
Yeah, that's
There's
good, okay.
no way
So
those are Chinese
basically
fishermen.
Take it
Yeah.
and you slide it in. You kind of have to cut the mussel in half as you do it. Then you can open it up.
Yeah.
Kind of messy. There
I
we
mean,
go.
it is a shellfish.
Yeah,
It's kind of like a richer, more briny oyster.
exactly. Like fattier, creamier, right? Yeah.
That's really good.
They're really
It's
good.
probably a pain in the ass for a restaurant to do that, but I guess they could. I guess they could do that.
They could.
It's just like
I
when you
mean,
cook them,
he's
they
only
open
showing them
and
when they're like halfway through
Perfect.
processing.
This is not
By the time we get done with it
Exactly.
on the,
So we've
well,
still got a
inland
lot to do
parts,
today.
We're halfway,
we
we're
actually
halfway
package
there.
them and we
Time to
sold
go
them as
back
luxury
inside and
mussels
Process these mussels to get them out of here.
because
Absolutely.
we make them much more cleaner
From here,
and more
team brings
hand-picked
today's
than
haul back
regular
to the
brands.
processing facility where they
Me
have to take
sounding
the
like
beards
the
off,
fucking employee of the
polish,
company
and pack
still.
the mussels for
And I was actually
distribution
proud of the work
using
that I did.
Another line of super high-tech machinery.
Okay, so this is the
Yeah.
final processing.
This is
where
their
we
old
take the beards
facility.
off, inspect.
We had
pack,
a
bag,
like
weigh, and
upgraded, much better
Clean some
facility.
mussels.
Yeah,
The thing
there
was
we go.
though is these are exactics. These are half unit exactics, the boxes that they're pushing. When I worked there, see they have like a jury rigged yellow forklift thing here. Ours were completely mechanized and we used an exactic that was double the size of this one. Think of it the size of like two of these side by side. Those were the ones that we had
All the
moved
way,
up to
nice.
using at this point.
Well done.
That's really satisfying. Let's go.
But yeah, we didn't have this like yellow crane and pulley system like they're using now.
Okay, so
At this point, they had
the
already
mussels are just
bought
being loaded
fully
through this
mechanized
hopper.
machines for that.
This is just transfer, right? This isn't
Although
actually
you
doing
didn't want to be
anything.
underneath it because it would
Just transfer
absolutely
on the
crush
conveyor.
hands, toes
And the
without
first
any regard.
step in this process is debissing.
Yep, it's actually conceptually pretty
Italians.
simple. There's a series of rods that have teeth, and they spin against each other, and
That's
they
the same
grab
machine.
the bissel threads and clip it off. It makes all the difference in the world. I mean, we could not do this by hand at all. It just does not work. This is the beard.
And then there's where
separated
most
from
of
the
my
muscle.
day was spent
It's just all kinds of
on that
fibrous
little
stuff in
conveyor
there.
belt.
The beards of 1,000 wizards.
That's right.
Dude, technically, yes.
So once they've been debissed or debearded, they flow
closer
down
to
onto
tens of
the
thousands, but you get the point.
conveyor, where we have several people standing there on either
There's a
side.
little one.
taking
There's a
through
sea
all the
squirt there.
muscles to
You're
make sure
missing
only
it.
the best get through to our customers. It takes a lot of work to do this step. That'd be really
It's
diligent
also by the
and
time we
focused.
started, they
We're
didn't
looking
have
for a
the
few things. We're looking for anything
that's broken one.
cracked,
They didn't have
broken,
the
anything that's dead
like
or
the little
open,
plexiglass shields that
and
you
then
just saw there.
anything that's too ugly, right?
I love conveyor belts
How long
so
did
much.
each stage? So, basically, from when it gets poured into that first hopper that you saw to the point where it gets to the conveyor belt, as long as we're not starting and stopping too much, less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes, but it would also take us like more like an hour and a half to 2 hours to get through a whole exactic. But give me just a second. I will give y'all words on stream. And I'm only gonna run to go refill my water, so I'll be back in just a second. I can continue to nerd out about this. I had enough trauma. Pineapple steak. Chibi Baron on the conveyor lines art win. Oh no. Oh no, you can't do that to me. I mean, if Halo was here, Halo could probably do it. But I'll be back in a minute, chat. Don't burn anything down. Okie dokie. Flash the Helldiver Baron smashing nuts on the conveyor? I don't think it was the Helldiver one. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Helldiver one. All right. I found the big word. You did the big word. All right. Let me see if I can find. I know the one you're talking about. Step inside. Step inside. Hold on a second. Where is the Nutcracker one? There it is. All right, I have it ready, so I can show it to you after the word's done. Are we sure? Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was not Helldiver. It was 2.0. I mean, I can show you now. I can turn off the word game. I can turn off the word game right now. What are you going to do then, Sunstar? What are you going to do then? I mean, I've already won the round, so they'd look the same then. I mean, they're black and gold. Censor for getting clips. Shame. It's not clips. It's just like a little animation. Caught a couple times by the Coast Guard, but most of the time lie and weasel their way out of it somehow. Plus, U.S. politics are more focused on border patrol and deportation than policing fishing. True. As long as the companies get their money when it comes to fishing, they don't really care. Although I've heard every single fisherman and every single businessman I've ever heard complain about regulations, even though the regulations are in place so that they get to fish next year. Bastards. Bastards. Why do I have kind of deja vu? I do not know. I could not tell you. I get deja vu pretty frequently, but this is the one we're talking about. Yeah. Damn. Do you think I was lying? I'm not wrong about my own fan arts. The only Helldiver one is the other one that's like straight up Helldivers. Which, I mean, Halo's also done the, let me see if I can find it. He's remade me as, oh, here it is. Oh, Jesus, that's way too big. Like, he's made cute little, like, versions of, like, me in the water, smelly as shit. There's another one that's like me. Back when I was working this job, I would mention how awful I would smell when I get home. And then I would sit down for a little bit and I would just smell. Uh-oh, what am I holding? Oh, I know what I'm holding. Okay. It's just, oh, what the fuck? Just smelly old me watching TV. Bring my nuts back. I'm hungry. Okay, hold on. Let me just... Where is it? There you go, chat. Who did this art? That would be Halo. Halo Workshop. Bring my nuts back. I'm hungry. I don't think this is going to work the same way you want it to, Sunstar. Not my nuts. Hi, Kono. Kono, assume the position. I don't think that's what this would accomplish, Beef. That's not what this would accomplish. We're just here shattering nuts. Poor Kono. Okay, let's put this away. Let's get back to the muscle company I worked at.
All the difference in the world. Can you imagine doing all these steps without any conveyors in between them?
But yeah, we had better equipment at the time that I worked there.
Conveyor by shoveling. We would shovel all the muscles in between the machines.
We did actually kind of have to do that on occasion.
The muscles, after they've been inspected, fall on the table.
Especially if they got too full.
Hand grade to weed out any submarket
we actually
size.
Didn't have this
this
grate.
And be reseeded later.
We did not use this grate at this point.
And it can't take too long because
also they're doing terrible here. What the?
To weed out any
okay, so I'm guessing the standards were raised when I worked here. Like. Because that's after the conveyor belts. These guys still have their beards. That one's not good. It has an open lip. Jesus.
Yeah, reseeded later. And it can't take too long because we have several thousand pounds to get through.
All right, you're saying I was being slow.
Yeah, too slow, too slow.
Okay. Hi, Fairbanks. Got to get those microplastics out somehow. Oh, that's the bagger. That's the same bagger we used.
So this is the automatic bagger weigher conveyor.
You say automatic, but it's just the conveyor. The conveyor is the only automatic part.
Come up the belts. 2 belts on this conveyor. One for the big, one for the little. So this is the gross weight. So it fills a lot fast. And then this is the fine adjustment, which you know fine tunes the actual weight. To load up the bag right here and then release it with this bar and the appropriate amount of muscles fall from the bag.
Bagging is still exactly the same. And you would do, depending on per person, if I counted every single one for the
Thank you. Should we go cook up some muscles?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, the tag's still the same. About like 400 bags a night, at least.
Butter, plenty of butter. Shallots.
Like 400 bags a night. Was about what it would be.
Bangs Island mussels right here. You'll notice.
I think I'm trying to remember. It's been 2 years already.
Right now, and you will see soon, is the huge meat yield, and that's a tribute to the way we grow the mussels.
I can't remember
also,
for sure how many would fit in each
They're
exact
just very special.
So it was.
Oh, look at that. Babies are
okay,
hot.
so this is what you're looking for.
5 by
You want the meat pulled away from the shell like this.
25 per layer.
These are aliens.
These are monsters. Cheers.
Right. So about 100 per exacting.
Yeah,
If it was like another order that was like 110 or 105, we'd usually pile some on top.
It's just I can't imagine how you would eat something like this,
But-
especially coming from you guys, and not see that you're
Then we
just,
do
that
that,
it's just such like a
like-
good thing for the world, and it's delicious.
There's the loading exactics that we use. Those are the
Thank
full
you so much
size ones.
for having us today, touring us around.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Before going to the carnival
So these
bathroom for
muscles
stage
have
2,
been
the
I
bathroom.
can't tell you how much declump sounds like Yiddish.
What do you mean the bathroom? Anyway, that's muscle farming, chat. Are you ready to go back to crabs? Crabs.
2杯ずつつけるのは1日やっぱり多いと
Crabbles?
250とか出ると
Okay.
やっぱり
Oh, that was the fish again.
うちの名字をつけたら松田聖子さんみたいな感じになってて名前から受けてちょっと取材とかされるようになってで食べてみたら意外
Those
と
are
真
those are
面
the
目に
conchs.
作ってる
Okay, those are the conchs that they broke open earlier. Lastly, agent adequately established the bathrooms. I didn't say free bottom surgery. I said it would just cut off your pee-pee. That's not the same as bottom surgery. A little more complicated than that. Come on. Beeps. Beeps. Exactly, and we said bottom surgery? Yeah, you did, which is kind of horrifying. But I guess that's the point. Carry on then. Just don't blame the carnival when you bleed out after leaving the bathroom. They go around Argentina? That would have to be like... That would have to be a huge boat. That doesn't make any sense. Hold on, that can't be real. There's no way. Commonplace as far as Africa. What the funk? Damn. Those poor conchs. If the guests are bleeding out, that's on you. Correct. It's part of the plan. The more we maim, the funner it gets. The more that die, the more cast members we get to make. What did you? Is that salt? That's a lot of salt. But I guess it does make sense to remove the sliminess. Letting the mods bleed out? You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You've already been cursed. Okay, but all of these are... All the ones that the US are in, like Alaska or the West Coast. Although there is stuff on Argentina. Of Chinese fishermen being in Argentina. But I would imagine Chinese fishermen come from China to get to Africa rather than going around South America to get all the way over there. That's the longest possible way to go. Doesn't even remember the curses on the mods? You'll be fine. I mean, all of them come with one version of immortality to some degree. Even if Carrie just becomes a malformed flesh blob in a closet somewhere, she's still alive. Technically. Not my problem. Not my problem as long as you're still nodding. As as much salt as the Fortnite match. Okay, you kind of have a point there. What was the tossing for? I mean, Sunstar is sewn to a computer. We already know that. Carrie has more mouths than she could ever feed. Prop me up like a haunted Halloween attraction, so it could be worse. I mean, Sunstar's sewed to his desk chair and desk and PC. Her. There. Sunstar's gonna kill me someday. As soon as they figure out how to tear themselves away from the desk. More lore points for us to ignore. Yes. Absolutely. Listen, if I had to, like, doing 2D, like a role-played stream, fully 2D, would be not nearly as fun as doing it, like, full-body 3D. Because then we could wander around. Crab. All the boiled crabs. Like being part of the Baron frame? You're not part of the Baron frame. You're just modern. Axio's the same way. It would be a better idea if I sewed you two back to back. Same closet? Back to back, piecemeal on both sides. That could work. Let me save space. You know what? I got something to do after stream today, then. You're a game. You're a pain in my ass. Obviously. Carnival mainframe, but we got our nicknames for it. Also, it was confirmed, uploaded to the servers. Being excited about being a pain in the ass is hilarious. Too bad your servers have the Sunstar now. The Sunstar? The Sunstar? What is the Sunstar? Do you have the new the new virus? Is that what this is? Oh, interesting coastline. Why are you blowing me up? And missing horribly? Also, chat, do we want to do this, or do we want to do like a super big fish market? I know we've done one once before, so maybe we can find another one. Would we rather go see if we can find something like a big fish market, or do we want to keep sticking with this one? Good lord, that dark strip of tuna. These Sunstar hacker bands, how do you think we got the Sunstar show backdoors into the show? This Sunstar show didn't happen. Oh. That is a serious plate. Good lord. I was aiming for the fish. You were aiming the bomb for the fish. I got you. Unfortunately, dynamite fishing is illegal, so we're gonna have to arrest you, Solstice. You're now under carnival arrest. You will be dismembered until you are nothing but a head, and the rest of you will be put to use as, I don't know, maybe an acrobat. I'm thinking acrobats. Actually, a stage magician named Solstice Embers, I think, works best. The equivalent of blanching fish. Poured hot water over the skin, which caused it to basically pull back and reshape it. We fish legitimately here? Tell that to Solstice. Tell that to Solstice. Rice? Good lord. It's always been interesting to me that there's rice cookers and there's rice warmers. Oh, what was that? Was it? No, that wasn't the sound I just heard. It was. I'm pretty sure it was the guy rolling something. Oh, there it is. Ooh. Hey, chat, do you know what fake crab meat is made out of? Out of curiosity, do you know what fake crab meat is often made out of? Wow, they really are cleaning out as much of the meat as they can. Also, has anyone else ever made the horrible mistake of biting into a crab gill before? I've made that mistake. I didn't like it. Plastic? No. Tuna? No. What is it, Isis? You know what? You know what imitation crab meat is made out of? You were kind of close, Prey. You're kind of close. It's another fish that starts with T. Oh. Oh. Crab rice? Rice cooked with crab broth? That sounds awesome. That is a strangely deep tank for something that you need to be able to retrieve things out of. Oh my God, you're killing him! Jesus Christ, put him out of his misery first. Oh my God. Taryn? No, it's tilapia. It's imitation crab meat is more often not made out of tilapia. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Not really. Okay, that's kind of crazy. What do you do with this stat? Because now you've exposed like all of the raw, goodness, all of the raw meats. Thicken, as in thicken nuggets? No beef, tilapia. You may want to double check and see how delayed you are. Oh wait, I've lost 1,400 frames at this point. What the fuck? Villain at work? What do you mean villain at work? Shrimps. Shrimps is bugs. Okay, so this is the sashimi platter. Also, chat, over the weekend, I went to a conveyor belt sushi place with my sister, and I tried a whole bunch of sushi I'd never had before. I genuinely had not given too much credit to raw sushi as something that I really enjoyed. But this time around, I tried a whole bunch of them. I never realized how creamy raw fish is. They killed the crab while alive? I mean, at least it'd be over if they just, like, put a knife through his head. They just dismembered the dude while he was still fighting for his life.
Come on, let's
Friends!
step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
We drove and flipped, we drove and flipped.
Enjoy the show.
In Euro Truck Simulator? Damn, you can't even drive in your own Euro Sim? Crazy. More proof that the British shouldn't have rights. I crashed my truck. On raid. It's too late, they're mine now, Grins. They're all mine now. Oh, come on, Grins. You don't want to run away from me. You like me too much. Mean? What do you mean mean? Again, crab broth rice sounds so fucking good, dude. I have like those pre-packaged, what is it called? The broth that you sometimes get from, in your direction? That's not hard, you just have to go west. damn it, why is the name of the broth escaping me? Known for its umami flavors, often made with a bunch of, how do they put the tag in it? The quality tag. Listen, chat, it's only a matter of time before Grins just goes into the ocean. I don't have to be worried once Grins hits the ocean. Everybody knows British people don't know how to swim. Valid, this is making me hungry. Hi, Negan. But I hope y'all had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed playing Eurosim. Wow, that is a crazy good view. A U-boat? I don't think they make U-boats anymore. Where did you get a U-boat? It's made of seaweed? I think so. I have it in my pantry. I could go and check. It's like just right down the hall. Why am I forgetting the name? I'm pretty sure you also use it in like udon. It's a base of like soups and other stuff. What is it called? God, that looks so good though. Mommy? No, I'm going to check. Hold on a second, chat. I'm leaving you with them making the crab bowls.
最近また真似するとこ初め誰もやってなかったけど10秒ぐらいでできて
た It's dashi. Yes, thinking. It's dashi. Slightly too late. It's dashi powder. I've used it to make rice before and it's so fucking good. It makes even just plain white rice absolutely delicious. Stars! 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 Welcome to Resident Evil. Oh, speaking of which, we're probably playing Resident Evil 3 soon. Methinks. We have the new, we have Resident Evil 3 to play. We have the brand new Chillazart game to play. We have, let me double check. We have Roots Devour to play. What's funny too is the new Chillazart game is about fishing. And at some point, I need to play Pathologic 2 in my own time. Oh? Oh, is this how we make the bra? For the rice? I was top of the board for one day. You gotta keep going. Rice and dashi and tofu? Ooh. That sounds awesome. Oh god, is it advertising the Roblox Fest thing to you? That's fucking insane. It's also the number of people too that I've seen either like advertising it or trying to partner with it. I'm like, guys, y'all know what's been going on with Roblox, right? Like, why? What's a Roblox? The pedophile game. The pedophile game. The company that after they found out they had a pedophile problem, they started banning the pedophile hunters. And then they tried to implement a system where you would essentially like scan your face and it would place you in an age group. So effectively isolating younger kids, basically where people could cheat to get to them. Because for some reason Twitch is doing a big Roblox fest. Either soon or like just started or something. But it's so ridiculous. If you partner with them, my opinion of you drops. I'd hate to say, but Roblox is not worth partnering with for anything based off of the way that they conduct themselves. Ayo, wasabi.
こう私
Oh yeah, there's tons of creepy games. There's sexual-based games. Of course, there are the harmless ones. There's some that are even like, this is Roblox? Because I think somebody made what basically almost looks like an old Call of Duty game in Roblox. Live action trailer for Resident Evil Requiem. We've seen him. I'm very excited for Requiem to come out. Especially with finally getting Muscle Leon. Ooh. That's one of the ones that me and my sister tried at the conveyor belt. We had octopus nigiri. It was all right. It had a strange texture. Wait, what do you mean live action trailer? Live action trailer? That's a game. I'm not gonna lie, I want a rice dish right now. Chat! Do I go out to eat tonight or do I go to see Iron Lung? Do I go out to eat or do I go see Iron Lung? Why is there what do you mean live action? Are there people like pretending to be the characters? Ooh, what are we frying? Fish? Or those crab's legs? Oh. Oh no, it's a shrimp. Okay. It's a tempura shrimp. Just the one. Ooh. Steamy. How I feel about eating something more smart than me? True. It's one of those things to my mind that's also like, that's you very much eat in moderation. I enjoyed it. We got like 2 pieces. We got it off the conveyor belt, obviously, as it passed us. So we each had 1 piece, and she couldn't eat it because she didn't like the texture and stuff. She's actually told me that she was inspired by me to try and start eating more foods. And I told her I was proud of her. Because me and her used to have a very similar palate of like, not exactly the kind of like chicken nuggets and pizza, but pretty close to that. And apparently recently she's been trying much better, so we were trying so many new sushis and stuff at the conveyor belt place. Ooh. Again, why won't you put him out of his misery? Okay, is this how they prepared the stuff that's like in the head that they scoop into the, what's it called? Onto the crab bowl? Okay. Are these going into an oven? Okay, yeah, I guess it just goes into the same oven as the head. Got you, thank you for a heads up. Now I know make sure to steer clear of any of it. The thing too is there's no game really worth like, wait. That is as much as I know about it. They wanted to save PDF files. Seemingly that's the case. It doesn't help that they're also like gutting their systems. So if anybody remembers the like meme faces that you could have in Roblox, they're apparently forcing people to change to what they call like version 2 faces, which are animated, which is cool. Except for the fact that they're getting rid of all version 1 faces, which people bought with actual money and or made to sell on Roblox. There's people that literally make like faces and even assets in Roblox that make a living off of it. That man's got a whole fried fish. Meta avatars or something? Kind of, yeah. So much bad shit. It's the worst thing is a children's game. It's been a children's game since I think like 2010, if not earlier. Written out of his will because of an affair. What? That's so good. Really? Like she had an affair or Charlie had an affair? No way that's real, right? You're telling me the America's sweetheart they've been trying to pitch this whole time doesn't even get her husband's stuff? After all this time? Well, of course she was cheating on him. You think she was anything other than like some kind of like trophy wife or some shit? She used to work for the CIA. Hi, Explosion? How did you get the name Explosion? That's crazy. Oh my god, is that evil Alyssa from Silent Hill? The movie? I could be entirely wrong. That's what it looks like to me at this distance. What's good?
Well, look at you.
Oh, thank you, Explosion. Thank you for the follow. Also, wait, there was somebody I missed earlier. Nikolai, thank you for the follow too. I missed you 30 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, dude. Why won't you kill him before you dismember him? You know what? To get my point across, I'm going to take. Let me see. Who's somebody that I could disassemble in chat? All right, Prey, come here. Come lay down on this table. All right, chat. In this episode, we're gonna disassemble. Prey, starting at the fingers and working our way up the arm, and then toes and working our way up the leg. And then I guess we're also gonna tear his rib cage out. Yeah, I think we're gonna tear his rib cage out. You're not running fast enough, Prey. Come here, baby. Come here. It's just Tia's leave emote. Tia has the slowest leave emote I've ever seen. Which I think is supposed to add to the like, watch me go. God, can you also imagine how sharp this knife is? He's cutting through crab shell, like, almost like it's nothing.
Alright, time to execute my trick.
You'll never get me to react. You can't stop me, Trick. Where are you going, Redeem? Showing off your leave emotes? Out the door. Oh, Prey. Okay, I slightly got the heebie-jeebies from looking at that one, like, comb side of, like, the crab's legs. I don't know why, but it did give me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. Oh, sashimi. Versus hot pot. This looks like hot pot prep. I think it is. I think it is hot pot prep. Mary's leaving mode is so slow it doesn't exist, or because no one leaves the carnival? No one leaves, obviously. Goofball. I'm glad you realized that. Y'all are here forever, I say, as we almost have 10,000 subs. Not subs, followers. 10,000 followers, and rarely stay above 50 CCV. Raggle fraggle. Chat, did I tell you that my town finally got a hot pot place? I've been wanting to go try it, but at like the same time, it's kind of expensive. The fact that none are in sync bothers me. Yeah, that's usually the downside when it comes to different emotes from other places. Unless they're like all done by the same artist, they're not really in time. A Marin leaving would make sense. Y'all never get to see me leave. Y'all don't get to see me leave. Mainly because it'll kind of drive you mad. Octopus. Octopus. Ordain, what are you staring at, my dude? This is really just giving me a craving for like a rice dish. How much is the hot pot? Hot pot, I think, was, when I looked at the menu, it's $30, but apparently like the minimum like serving size is still for like 2 people. They don't have like a single person serving kind of style. Oh, you're right, it is a Zoom emote. Okay. Crab porridge. Oh, a staff meal. Okay. It's the cheapest bits that they don't typically sell, I'm guessing, thrown into a bunch of rice and overcooked. I think there is the time limit. I think it's like an hour. I don't know for sure off the top of my head though. Which, like, as much food as I can eat in like an hour, especially if I'm not having anyone there to yap with, I'll usually knock it out in like 20 minutes and I'm full. Oh, earthquake knocked out the highway. Okay. I'm just happy we're still alive. Politicians, please don't just think of your own finances, but think about the people. Chat, someday we're gonna get to go to Japan. Someday we're gonna get to go travel. I swear. I swear. Someday, man. Someday. Uh-oh, Ordain's kicking his little Pete's. I was staying in San Antonio, but they let you choose 2 different barbecue, hot pot and sushi. Oh, here it is a like Korean barbecue and hot pot place. I mostly care about the hot pot. I don't think there's anything crazy special about getting like Korean barbecue. I'd much rather enjoy a hot pot. Plus you get like more variety of stuff with the hot pot. What do you mean? Oh? You're kicking your beats. You're calm. You're chilling. That's not a good sign. That means you're up to no good. I know that didn't sound convincing. Charshu? Can't even go to Saigon in Portland. Japan's out of the question. I mean, with proper planning, you'd also be a little surprised. The price differences on like flying out of the United States. Is it expensive? Sure. Shockingly, not that big of a difference compared to like flying across the United States itself. Ignore the growing pile of dumpsters that are on fire. Where are you finding? Oh, there's Cybertrucks. Never mind. It's got to be perfect. Gotta have the perfect noodle amounts. God, those actually look fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen such perfect noodles. The lid that's not big enough. Onions. Quick flood. Hashtag carnival with fur art? What do you mean? Why would you do that? Why would you do that to me? Sunsart, if y'all did that, I would single-handedly lose the art tag. That art tag is gone. That art tag would be completely deleted. Ooh. Snazzy machine. Okay, but where can I get one of these? If you filled my art tag with nothing but furry arts. That's a poisoning the well on branding is what that is. Like one or two pieces that like somebody's just like, I wanted to draw this person as like a furry character. Cool, absolutely fantastic, genuinely. But if the art tag gets flooded with it, that's one of those things that's like, all right, you poison the brands. The tag's gone. It's off the pages. It still exists. It still exists. It's just no longer tied to my account. Sheep Go Round deserves art too. Sheep Go Round is just me, but in the Hello Kitty Island Adventure game. Make a Marin Animorph? You mean like the AJ? Oh shit, I lost my train of thought. What was it? Animorph? Oh, like it's the book cover. Did Lord rotate Sheep Go Round? Or what are you doing, Sunsar? What are you thinking of doing? I'm so surprised nobody's done the random like either sheep or goat like furry thing that I said that was like if I ever had a furry character, it'd probably be a sheep or a goat. Funny story about what happened here after Civil War. The Conservative Party tried to take control at one point, kidnapped our first president, which really fucked them over. Plus the guy they voted for president told them to kick rocks. In Finland? You said you were Finnish earlier, I think, right? I'm pretty sure that's what you said. Third apprentice. Oh. So do they apprentice here? They apprentice here and then go make their own shops? That's cool. Some chili paste of some kind. Oh, also, one of the things I did the day that I went to the conveyor belt sushi is I went to the Asian grocery store that was right next to it. I traveled a long way, so I can just tell you which one it was. It's the 99 Ranch Market in Austin, Texas. That place is crazy cool. They actually had the frozen unagi stuff that I was looking for. The thing was, though, I was like, oh, but it's frozen and I don't have a freezer bag. So I just didn't get any of the freezer stuff. I got some fruits and stuff. But if Marin said they were the one who commissioned all the art, do we get Marin to come her own Persona art? What? What? Absolutely not. I have not had any money to commission art in almost coming up on a year. And at this point, I'm thinking like if I do have any commission art, I'm just gonna start like sending it in portions to Izzy to get working on the summer outfit. I got some Chinese apples and some dates. And then I think I got a few other snacks, but now I can't remember what they were. Oh, I did buy a huge bottle of Laugen Ma. They had a larger size than my grocery store usually has, although every time I've gone to try and get Laugen Ma, they've been sold out because American chili oil is fucking garbage. Laugen Ma is the only chili oil I need in my life. It's a really hostile working environment for its more fur-based cast and crew. Those aren't furries. If you're born covered in fur or you're an animal from birth-ish, from birth, you're not a furry. When you're a person that wants to be a furry animal and or dons a suit, they're like 1 liter glasses of Laugen Ma. I do know that. I don't think they had those. I got just like a slightly larger jar than the smallest one that they usually sell. But this one actually says it's with fermented soybeans, which is not actually on the smaller jars. But I was like, I don't care. It's mine now. The thing too is Laugen Ma is literally cheaper to buy than any American brand. Anyone who tells you buying American products is cheaper is fucking lying. All right, we're deep frying eggs. Are we? No? Okay, we're making a scramble. Ah, fried rice. Okay. Never mind, I'm on the page. What colors do you think that you know the answer to that desecration demon? A carnival of horrors, hell-bent on murder, sabotage, and gore. Gee, I wonder. Come on, I believe in you. Whites? All right, somebody shoot Solid Snake. Red, black, and gold. Sadly, there's no gold color. Although legendaries used to have gold interfaces on them. Firstly, weak criteria. Secondly, that means that no furry commission of merit would be furry since the character wouldn't be in a suit. Well, no, I mean, it's essentially projecting somebody that isn't an animal into being an animal. I said it was and or. Just human furries, for some reason, decide that a fursuit is a significant part of diving into furry culture. And it just ain't for me. It just ain't for me. I have no issues with furries. Oh god, I had fails like, I just don't like it when they shove it in my face. I was like, wait a second, that just basically sounds like I don't like gay people when they, as long as they don't shove it in my face. Oh god, what have I become? What have I become? I'm becoming a boomer. No, I mean a bunch, I wouldn't say a bunch. A few of my friends are furries. Like, Tag's fucking fantastic. Tag's hilarious, a goofball. But his feels more like coincidental than like some other furry Twitch streamers that I've seen.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Sir, you're losing some there. Judith, Carnage Connoisseur, Alt Art Card. I can see that. Yeah, that's a good one. But yeah, Rakdos would probably be the colors if I was in Magic. Either that or the... What was that one witch? That one Rakdos witch lady. She was the... Was she the Dragon Maze runner? The fursuit is just cosplaying the persona. It's simply having a anthropomorphic character, which is large definition than the one I'm hearing here. Regardless, I'm not a fan of hardcore furries. Go scroll the furry tag on Twitch. It's not going to take very long for you to find someone that kind of makes you uncomfortable. God, that looks so fucking good, dude. Oh, do I want ramen? I know a ramen place. Oh, spicy ramen sounds so good, dude. Can we classify this video as food porn? Yes, it is. That is exactly what this is. Oh god, we're already down to the next ad break? God damn it. Also, hi Zed, how are you doing? Hello? Oh, hectic! Wait. Where's the hard tack? It says Jay just redeemed hard tack. What the hell? Hectic, how was your stream? How was going under? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans were you up to? Did you break anything? Welcome in, guys. We're kind of chilling out at the end of the week. We're doing a little bit of food shenanigans. And chat's trying to convince me that furries are people. Stream was good, broke so many things. I suppose that's not a bad thing to do. I still legitimately do not know what the power is. It's Hector the best DM? Correct. And hopefully we're not going to die tomorrow when we play Mage, right, Hectic? Right? What are they, if not people? They're furries, obviously. Well, not even a human is human? No, I just said furries weren't people. Explain yourself? I'm poking fun, you goofball. I'm poking fun. Time to write the cancel doc. Furries aren't people. Just puts up banner. That's the doc. It's just one page with like 72 fonts. Wait, no, croc people. Croc people. Oh, right. That's right. We're going to talk to the croc people. We have a CEO to drop off. Exava, that's it. Yes, the Rakdos Blood Witch. Yosef. Oh, really? Jude's Apprentice. I didn't know that lore. I think that's a Randy Newman song of what? Billionaires aren't people? That's also correct. They're taking away my humanity? I didn't say you weren't human. I said you weren't people. It's words here. You're not listening. You're not listening. Marion's turned to the dark side. The propagandist can expect more from a suspect. Is it suspect? I thought it was suspected homosexual. Isn't the tag suspected homosexual? Have I misspelled it this whole time? Wait, do furries get to vote if they aren't people? Unfortunately, they're mostly in IT, so they do technically get to vote. Technically. Ooh. Fried rice ramen and fried ramen that went perfectly with the soup? Okay. Electricity, gas, and water are fine. Oh, I'm guessing water mains were probably broken. Did you eat today? Yes, I did. I had leftover turkey salad that I got yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think I got it yesterday. Either that or the day before, but I ate half of it yesterday and half of it today. It was I had it with some lettuce leaves. Lettuce tacos, kind of. But it was turkey salad. Suspected furry? How do you come to that possible conclusion? Brownies? Queen made brownies? No, I'm getting intense deja vu here considering the stream billionaires aren't people is both correct and something that can come up with frequency. It does come up with frequency. It's to the point where I could almost make it a tag. Chat, do I dare? I think Twitch will either ban me for that one or just remove the tag, but it would be so funny. Just having the tag on Twitch, billionaires aren't people. Ooh, okay. Fried chicken, some kind of like pickled salad. Just searing the pork. Get out the butane torch. I got the power. I don't got the death wish. Mini chicken bowl. Ooh. Okay, what's funnier is that plate basically looks like the solid version of like going to HEB and getting their sushi or their gyoza, which I'm guessing it's just the fact that it's an actual plate is probably where that shape came from. I'm guessing. Specialty plates, if you will. Oh, ad break, sir. I'm sorry. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. I see it. I see it. I see it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Okay. Let me see here. Hold on. I was reading chat. The Melvin frame privileges? Frame privileges? You would once have offended a billionaire. I'd happily offend a billionaire. Billionaires deserve to be offended. They're too comfortable. When is the Pokemon Souls Link Nuzlocke? when I find somebody that I want to do it with, and when I find a version of the game I want to do it on, or because like I need to figure out how the fuck what are they called? Like ROM hacks work. Or just how I'm able to play like base Pokemon Emerald. Although I think Wee Wee recommended me to do like one of the like slightly changed Emeralds, not Nuzlocks, ROM hacks. That or Dane wants to do it with me? Or Dane, is that the reason? Yeah, you got the editor rule, right? Beef? Beef? I will strip your ass naked of any rules and send you into the grocery store naked. They're pretty simple. You change one file and load it in. Okay, but what do I use to launch it? I don't know how that works. You better not, Ding. Actually, hold on. Okay. You failed? Chat. Emulation is very easy, is it? Do I just need to get like a certain program? I mean, I think I downloaded one at one point on Steam, but I didn't have any ROMs for it, so it just doesn't have anything to load. Can't beat me in fish if you aren't around? Okay. Also, hold on. I need to take a drink of water. My throat's like... I'm just gonna go with the word misbehaving. I don't know what else to call it. Huh? Well, the stalling thing is usually something you do when you like simul stream it. Plus the randomizer if you do the Nuzlocke. Oh, you have to do randomized for Nuzlocke? Okay. It was silly. I'm pretty sure Rummy and Day were doing one. They did like a 10-hour stream, I think, over the weekend. Although they did restart a couple times. Hell yeah, dude. I love rooming. Me and Day. They're delightful. Is that cheese? I think that's cheese. That's just rice. A Kyogre is the starter? Oh, that's why she had it. Okay. I got to sit here holding to my diamond and edit roll, not because any trouble, because Sunstar is a meanie. I mean, Sunstar is the beanie. But that's besides the point. Ooh. Lip it. And, oh, okay, we're making a cheesy omelet. I see the cheese pieces in there. So that's irresponsible people? Classic? What do you mean? Ooh. Well, it's a character of some kind, but I can't read it. Oh, it's AJ. It's the AJ from before. Okay. To irresponsible people, classic. Are you saying you're irresponsible, Sunstar? Have I made a wrong decision? Do I need to get more mods? Should I be concerned about my 2 lead mods? Do I need to take the hammers back and go find some other people that are more responsible? I know some other people that are mods for bigger streamers. I'm sure they could do this. bad when they do things. Well, yeah, but y'all make jokes all the time that you're gonna do goofy shit to the channel. I get concerned, okay? You can pick me. Listen, Ordained, you're here so frequently, all the way up until the end of the stream, basically, that it's very tempting at times, but there's also no need. That's the thing, though. There's really no need for mods. Chat isn't moving too fast, so we don't have like too many people here all at once. And typically everything's already kind of handled. Like we have a really like robust, essentially like banned word phrases. That works well enough that it covers anybody who's trying to be malicious. And happens infrequently enough that like auto mod catching people is not that big of a deal. No one can mod like a Sunstar mod. Loves the control, can't do the job. What do you mean? Between Axio and Sunstar, the Discord and Twitch are fucking comparatively iron vices compared to what has happened to other like homies channels and stuff. Like this is a steel trap of a channel. Sunstar only mods to win the fish, that's all. I don't think you get, I'm pretty sure you don't get any benefits for being a mod and fishing. Sunstar just does it like on the minute every time. Frozen gyoza. Cap hadn't seen it? Yeah. Okay. No, hold on, was that why is this so true? We're so cringe that we keep the bad bacteria away like gut bacteria. Like 7 regulars in Discord, that's enough to keep the real weirdos away. And I mean, you'll have y'all's morning wizard fights. That's not even a joke. You know, I could probably genuinely make a TikTok video, at least out of like what y'all do on the wizard fights, as just like one of those videos like, so I have a question. Does anybody else's Discord server constantly engage in morning wizard fights? And then I just animate like a whole bunch of wizards casting shit. I mean, think about it. What other mod would be able to tell you all your cooldowns are wrong? None, because it's an editor firm and even so inaccessible unless you know how. You keep me straight here, Sunstar. You keep me on the straight and narrow, don't ya? Don't ya? My God. I'm trying to think of places that like I would have to eat in my hometown after I'd gotten out of school. Kimchi, cheese, and pork, seared. But I mean, like maybe the pizza place that was in town. But even then, that place had like a smoking room and 2 bars inside of it, so it really wasn't a place for like a student to show up. I think most of the time what we did was everybody would get Bush's chicken. At one time it was called Jerry's, and then it got bought out by Bush's. But it was Bush's chicken, and basically everybody would just like buy the chicken and then go sit somewhere with it. It's the obscure things that let me keep my job. It's being good at your job that lets you keep your job. Gonna get the pins up mana out in the morning. Is Ordained just like one of the Fairly Odd Parents, where if they don't cast wishes, they blow up like a balloon and explode? Is that what Ordained is? Is that why we're only suspected? Maybe. Maybe. It's not butter, is it? Is that a scoop of butter? Instead of Rick having Morty to cover brainwaves, it's a Sunstar to cover gay waves? What? It's all stored in the fluff of his tail? That makes sense. I can see it. Is that rice? We're making more rice. More fried rice. Could have might blow up the moon. The moon deserved it. Can't risk the moon waking up. You can keep all the game, let the skeleton be more game. My wife approves. Oh no. The thing too is though, if I do go see this, you just reminded me, weirdly enough, because I'm staring at food and thinking about food and what time it is. If I do go see Iron Lung tonight, I would have to go see the like 9:25 time showing. About the moon being an egg. Okay, but what about the shadows eating people? Or the machine person that's piloted by a bunch of tiny men. And be an absentee dad, have fun, don't do too many drugs. You can't tell me what to do. I'm gonna start meth. I'm not gonna start meth. Nobody do meth. Now we'll go to the gas station and we'll get addicted to one of those like little feel-good drinks. You know, the one that has like kratom in it that is extremely predatory. Yeah, the Vashtinarada. The ones that, you know, hatched out of the books. Do Payday 2, you make meth while learning how to make it? Oh, good lord. Isn't that the, that's the Breaking Bad crossover mission, isn't it? Addicted dick pills? Are you eating your dick pills today? Oh, Jesus, the captions. Source content, mayonnaise. Mayonnaise?
Hey.
7 is such a weird number to my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7. Why 7? What pills? Dick pills. You know, the extremely suspicious dick pills that they sell in gas station bathrooms. That's from a brand you've never heard of in your life. And you have to use like quarters to pay for it. It's called something like rhino pills or some crazy shit like that. Oh? What do we do with those noodles? In most American gas stations, they sell dick pills to make you harder and fuck longer. Apparently, they're called Rhino and Black Panther. They always have some weird, like, animal names or, like, power pills. Some over-the-top, overly colorful advertising that's only sold out of a machine that hangs on the wall in a gas station bathroom that's been there since the 60s. And they sell them in single uses. Honestly, it's genuinely insane. If somebody came to me and pitched to me that they wanted to install a pill dispenser in the gas station bathroom for dick pills, like, that only fuels terrible things. It literally only fuels terrible things. Are you ready to have people have sex in your bathroom? Probably fucking not. Don't forget to get your Spanish fly to merit Spanish fly.
挙句にさ、消費が減ってきてるお客さんが減る。ダブルパンチ、トリプルパンチね、ひどい目に遭ってんだなんていうことはさ、ぶっちゃけ愚痴ですけど、とはいえね、日々こうやって頑張るしかないからね。
That's the mentality. Hell yeah, dude.
どうもありがとうございます。はい、お願いします。
After all this, wait, what? Back to a different ramen place?
はい、ラーメンお願いします。
Egg.
ご使用です。
An aphrodisiac is a little similar to dick pills, don't you know? I mean, don't you know oysters are also an aphrodisiac? You can have seafood and get hard. So eat an oyster, kids. Are you talking about BB pills? Because, not Sunstar, because Queen said we shouldn't do too many drugs. So we decided the safer drugs were just taking the dick pills from the gas station bathroom. Anyway, chat, I lockpicked the bathroom if you want to go get unlimited dick pills. Just don't eat the purple ones. They'll actually turn your penis inside out. Not in the fun way. Not like it goes up inside of you, more like it turns inside out and explodes off the front of you. So, good luck! Why are you burning the bat? Motherfucker setting the fucking paper towels on fire again. It's not an inside BB, you fucking dork. You weren't listening. Eat an octopus before using tentacles in the bathroom? Huh? Charsu? Always scrape the scum. Ooh. 4 hours? My goodness. Look, 1 PP is too hard. Don't eat more. I've said not to eat the purple ones. Are those bamboo shoots? That's a lot of bamboo shoots. Can we get more PPs? Sorry, those weren't in stock today. No, we have get hard, get harder, get hardest, and then the PP exploder. Oh, and one that gives you a horse cock. I don't recommend taking that one. You're probably not going to be able to leave the bathroom with full decency. And the carnival has a strict decency policy. Ignore the acrobats wearing the leather leotards. To herself? I ain't keeping shit to myself. It's in the bathroom. Stripping. My own mod can't even follow the rules. You fucking bitch. Y'all aren't supposed to get excited at that. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot what has been going on at the Discord server. UCC black coffee. Ooh. Good shit. I'm sorry. I have a thing for like the Japanese vending machine coffee, especially like iced coffees. They sell some at my local supermarket. It's the Big Boss? I think it's Big Boss brand, if I'm remembering right. What's the red pills do? That's the get hardest. The orange is the get harder, the yellow is the get hard. You may as well call your doctor as soon as you take the red pills because it's gonna last longer than 4 hours. Ooh, the fats. Ooh, what are we doing? We're blending it into a sauce for some reason. Okay. Into another pot. Oh, it's gonna blend all of it. I'm gonna scrape it up all. Hell yeah. Oh. Fried sardines boiled in soup. More flavor stuff? For different ramens? What are the pink pills? Were you not listening to the ones that I said that we had? There's only one other thing that I haven't confirmed what color it is. What do you think the pink pills are? Now like the clip stat? Go click the clip! Go like the clip! The more likes it gets, the more it actually spreads on Twitch. I think they changed the algorithm for clips from being like, the more you watch it, the more it spreads, to also having to do with the likes. Pink equals them? No, pink is the horse penis. I start finding out y'all are taking the horse penis pills. I will air out the entire goddamn Discord. And coming soon in my future. Why are we still doing this bit? Why are we still doing this bit? Oh, there's another one of those little grinding machines the lady had before. That one's much newer, though. That's a really cool machine. I wonder what all that machine works with. Is it a knife in there, or is it just like a wire? Would it work with carrots? Now I have the strong cravings for salt and hay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do you want to go for a gallop? How are you feeling, Light? Are you feeling hot? Does your back itch? Are flies suddenly flying around you? Those look like some huge ice cubes. Jesus. Craving for salt? British horse! Okay, it's just the pitchers of water that go on the table. I could go for a bit of a trot, a jaunt even. Hi, Bard. Look me in the eyes. Can I help you, Bard? Is there a problem?
Alright, time to execute my trick.
You'll never take me alive! You missed, sluts. Nice try, losers. Furikake. Ooh. Problem is they don't see how amazing your model is often enough. Oh. Well, yeah, it's because everybody keeps censoring it, obviously. Obviously. Hi, chat. How are you doing? Oh, here, hold on. Let me make sure I cover the real content real quick. So many eyes? Yeah. Do you want to look into them? I see you, chat. More? More eyes? Is this what you wanted? Is this the deal?
来ました。金沢ブラックの台です。はい、ごゆっくりどうぞ。
Of course not. Most people haven't seen this. I don't show it off that often. I mean, there's other things I can do too. Come here, chats. Come here. Oh, chats. Oh, chats. Scatter? No, you don't get to run now. Aw, man. Aw, man. Oh, well. Oh, well. Alright. Back to a regularly scheduled program of looking at food and making myself hungry. More tongue of the carnival, put it in the suggestion boxes now. Oh, good lord, alright. Trying to be a say-so? Which part of me is say-so? Which part of me is say-so? Eat the rich, I mean it. Billionaires shouldn't exist, I mean it. Me over here thinking all of my other things that I probably shouldn't say. I mean it. How things been? Awful. Thanks for asking. Hope things have been developing well. Nope. Nope. The eyes are say-so. Say-so my ass. According to Laura, yes. But that doesn't mean say-so, my guy. I still like giant women. Fuck Chungus Life then? Yeah, fuck my Chungus Life, dude. You express the extent of your model more often. It's cool. I really should. It's just hard to do with like a lot of these things when they cover shit. Cause like the bad guys and stuff, they cover so much. Although I can't always take off my jacket, which I feel like sometimes I forget that I can do. You can murder and be say so? Correct. I am very say so because I say so. Do you understand? Do you have any other question? Back in your hole, Bob. I want to be in Japan. I do too. The worst thing that drives me ballistic though is not only does it look delicious and does they have so many ingredients thrown into it, it's cheap. It's fucking cheap. Sammy Silver, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's the best connection I could get. True. What do you mean back in the hole? I'm hungry? Oh, is that not? She's in a hole. That's Ashura being in a hole. With desk clerks about my visa tomorrow, maybe we'll get decent food while I'm out. Ooh. I mean, how much bigger? Right, it should be pretty simple. Hopefully. Hopefully. Maybe. I'm actually kind of nervous about getting a job when I move. Not in the case like I'm afraid of getting a job. I'm kind of concerned how hard it's going to be. Like how much paperwork it's going to be. Is the duty of those who don't have a death wish? I don't have a death wish and I'll still kill Nazis. I got scalps to collect, boys. Do you think Eleanor collecting skulls wasn't anything more than a projection in our mage campaign? Fuck no. Wait, why is there bazookas? What are you talking about? We gotta hire an assistant for Mary when she makes it big. I don't think I'll ever like get as successful as like people enough to have like full teams. Like I'll probably almost always be as broke as possible in terms of like I'll probably only ever have like one editor. The idea of having enough money to have like multiple editors or even just editors shoveling out shorts for me just feels like a pipe dream. Big melons? Oh. I mean, these have always been here. I just have my arms crossed. What was the question? Fascist is back on the menu? Always has been. Always has been. Gotta go through 10 executive assistants, the mailing frame, and the pile of mail on her desk. Oh no, I go through mail the second I see it. I am not waiting if I get mail. Am I? I don't think anybody else, like, not off the top of my head, that has like an arm cross that actually like covers their chest. Remember, it's always all right to punch Nazis. Insert classic, you've got mail sound. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. Why is that so blindingly bright? What the fuck was that lighting doing? Oh, okay, that's the sardine mix that he blended earlier. Pork broth. Okay. That I noticed bazookas just now? Well, thank you. The door opening sound? Oh no. You're reminding me of the short of like Derek doing his like Foley artist impression. And then a bird on the windowsill flew away. I can't do it. I can't do those mouth sound effects. There's always something funny about just the Chad Derek Legend of Evantress shorts that send my sides into orbit. You gotta stop toggling your arms? I have no idea what you're talking about. You could tell who grew up with an AOL trial disc. I could tell you never had AOL, obviously. Walks into your room. I can tell who doesn't have an air fryer in here. Hi, Ziggy. How are you doing? Again, I think this caption is supposed to be like a time, but it's kind of broken. New training just dropped. Arm toggle training. What? I still have AOL? Why do you still have AOL? Ooh. Chomp, do I go get hot pot today? I feel like I kind of need to go get hot pot today. Yeah, but it's either movies or hot pot because both of those things are expensive. Okay, if I don't get to see Iron Lung in theaters, chat, at some point we will watch Iron Lung in the Discord server. I promise. I promise. If I don't at some point get to go see Iron Lung in theaters, we will watch it in the Discord server instead. Maybe it's best Marin doesn't put together the jokes I make. Samsar? Samsar? What jokes are you making? Well, Mr. Sunstar? Mrs. Sunstar? Mick Sunstar? Mick Bitch Tits? Sunstar? Sunstar? Come on! Don't just blink at me, ma'am. Don't just blink at me. Don't put the juice box down. Put the juice box down. Mister's just my go-to. Because usually when somebody's misbehaving, it's some dude. It's either Mr. or Miss Ma'am. It is usually my like mental go-to. I get all the jokes. What do you mean?
お店全部閉じられたこともあって
そうなんです。原因は詐欺に遭いま
Alright,
した。
chat, I'm gonna put a poll
会社
up.
乗っ取り、チェーン展開するんでね、ノウハウを提供してください。合併しましょうって言って。
Uh-oh, Twitch is taking forever to make the
会社
poll.
乗っ取られました。詐欺だって言っても、
Should
詐欺に遭った人
Sunstar
が悪い世の中なので
keep their hammer?
僕が全部痛い目にあったわけなんですが、
Yes.
それからかれこれ。
No.
13年くらい経ちます。詐欺にあってから。
I'm not gonna do a third option. I almost put give it to Ordain because I thought it would be funny. But I'm not gonna do that.
かっこよくお伝えしたいですね。それで今があってまた
Alright, chat.
頑張ろうと思うのはその人た
Decide
ち
if
の気
Ordain
持
gets
ちに
not
応え
Ordain.
な
If
きゃ
Sunstar
みたい
gets
な
to
こ
keep
と
their
だと
hammer.
思うんだ。僕がやった全日本をまた再び作ろうかという気持ちになった流れの中でね、南さんが手を挙げてくれたの。僕は店できないんでね、何件か持ってるから。
Put a third option. Sunstar gets more perms. I don't think I can give you more perms.
要は復活ののろし第1号店みたいな感じですね。
There's not any more Twitch perms I can give you. Who wants to be independent and employees? I'll share my know-how.
僕自身は弟子たちから何の手数料もも
Don't
ら
take any
ってま
royalties
せ
or
ん。
receive
こ
any
こで
commission
宣
from my
伝になるんで
students.
すが、全国どこでもいいよ。なんかね、
Okay, okay, they're doing the same thing that they talked about with the princesses before.
店やり
Oh,
ま
I
せ
was
ん。
going to talk about the fact that this man is
ただ
wearing
し、
a
お金をいっぱ
squat
いか
belt.
けちゃいけません。やっぱり小さなお店でしっかりと家族暮らしていけるっていう規模でやってい
I've
ける。
given you so much iPad time. I've given you the iPad time.
僕の作ったブラックのタレと
Oh, Sunstar.
僕の作った
I
麺を
love
使って
democracy.
もらうことがビジネスとしての流れで、僕はそこでしっかりと利益を上げるっていう商売をやっていきたいと思ってます。だからロイヤリティとか加盟金だ保証金だそういう料
Roles
金を
manager.
一切いただかないので、ぜひ全
Go
日
down
本
to
やって
the
いただけたらなと思う。
All right. Taken care of. I cover repo. Repo. Do you want another pull? I'll give you another pull. Except this time it's should Sunstar get their hammer back.
はい、すみません。お好みで鰹節の方をグリーンになってお召し上がりください。焼き物定食になります。お好みで鰹節の方をグリーンになってお召し上がりください。
And I'm going to allow additional
ぜひ
tickets
こちらお願いいたします。
because it's funnier that way. Okay.
はい上がります
More sesame seeds.
多いですねこれ。しっかりと厚めなので美味しいと思う。
Those are the same boxes I used to get my favorite eel lunch and at my favorite Japanese place when I was in college. But I could have more dark carnival perms? No. Upon further consideration, the council has found your ability lacking. We'll also be taking away your sword. All right, how's it going?
そんなに忙しくない時期なんで50前後ぐらいだと思いますね。地元の人とあと観光
Locals and
志賀高原な
tourists.
んで志賀高原から降りてくる方だったり、冬はスキー客、夏は
Ooh, I think it'd be fun to go skiing in Japan.
志賀高原経由の方がほぼですね。
Light spent the most points at 4,300. So Light put in 43 votes. Technically 44 counting the free one. You fool. You fool. It's rigged. Sunster could have rigged it, honestly. Sunster has what, like 1.2 million?
一応全部みゆきポークですね。
Points? Something like
少
that?
ないけど値段もねそれなりに通常の倍以上するんですよ。
God, that's one thing I want to do after the move is I want to get back into snowboarding. I've never lived somewhere close enough to be able to do it more regularly than like a single vacation. And I'd much rather have time to go and like do it by myself. I hate learning things in front of people. I'm much more of a, I'm gonna go spend like every weekend for 6 months learning to snowboard by myself on a mountain. And then I'll invite friends to come snowboarding with me. Everything now is just bonus points. Billionaire? No, just a millionaire. I think. You are swinging that cabbage like you have no regard for your hands, man. There is a victim to a Julian board. The council decided no, literally one stream after saying about editor perms in the tube. Huh? Oh, yesterday about the perms on YouTube for the VOD channel? Would it... If I gave you the editor privileges on the VOD channel, would you be able to like edit them? Grants, haha, minor misspelling. Minor spelling error. So millionaires save Roger Roger? Only in channel points. Are any of you willing to admit that you're a millionaire? I'll turn into that really annoying girl from that one like sitcom where she's like, money please. How quick a Sunstar can fall from grace. Editor Sunstar. Hey, listen, if I came across $1 million, I'd start paying for advertisements on YouTube and Instagram and Twitter and shit. I've tested it once on Twitter. That shit does a lot of work. I've also tested it on TikTok once before. We literally got 2,000 followers on TikTok from one single ad campaign. I think I spent like $20 on it, I want to say. Paying her advertisement before her mom's. But that's how you get bigger, Sunstar. As much as I hate marketing. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's the flakes. Okay. It's the really big breadcrumbs. Oh. Are we making croquettes? Using these breadcrumbs as binding? But Sunstar, you invest in the advertising, you're likely to get more people to show up, which means you can slowly increase the general income of the stream, which then will eventually become to paying mods. Probably fired because chat said so. Okay, slash poll, should I fire retroactive Sunstar? Yakitori? Oh, it could be. Although based on the picture there, it looks like they have a lot of different foods. Like that looks like a Hamburg steak. Aw, that's cute. Also, what are those little things on the roof? Does anybody know what those little things on the roof were? The Mango billboard? I've looked into what a billboard costs, or even what like a radio commercial costs. That shit is impossible for the average person to afford. Four years of Carnival investment, and this is what I get in return. Can we win tickets on how much Sunstar can rage bait Mirren in one stream? Do you mean can you bet tickets? Is that what you want? I'll help you, dork. Do you want to bet on how much Sunstar can rage bait me? Sunstar's been here long enough. He knows how they know how to push my buttons. It's Jover, insert Toy Story. I don't want to play with you anymore, but Marin and Sunstar version? Damn. Damn. Eggplants. Oh, are we gonna grill it? Aubergine. Yes, bet on Sunstar. Yes, bet on Sunstar. You need to figure out what your internet problem is there, boss man. It's very goofy how often you end up with like duplicates. Aubergine. I've never got to have anything that was fried using those kinds of breadcrumbs. And I've never been able to find them at my grocery store. Is that cordon bleu tonkatsu? That's weirdly what it reminds me of. It seems like cordon bleu tonkatsu. Beef just likes to say things twice. Is that true, Beef? Are you just saying things twice because you like saying things twice? Tonkatsu blue? I mean, yeah. In the words of Vince McMahon, you're fired! Actually, didn't he... Hi, Sugar. Didn't he steal that from Trump? Step inside, step inside. Back when Trump used to show up and get his shit kicked in on WWE? Matt Icefanks, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing, bug? What trouble are you getting into? What shenanigans are you up to? Have you burned anything down? Well, yeah, they're also both terrible human beings. Oh, hold on. Okay. I was wondering why I had so many notifications. So I needed to go check. Why are y'all pinging me in the Discord? Oh, it's a saber picture. Okay, of all the sabers looking the same. Wait, what? Beef, what are you talking about in the Discord? Someone yesterday said your streams were pre-recorded? What do you mean pre-recorded? Who said my streams were pre-recorded? I'm fine, thank you. It didn't burn anything? Are you sure? Yes? Today? Okay, oh, gotcha. Never mind, carry on. All my space heaters are plugged safely into power strips? Okay, but are they all plugged into the same power strip? You fucking dork. These comments are pre-recorded as well? Correct. I have, in fact, chat is entirely filled with bots who just say the most generic shit constantly and know all of my inside jokes. Broccoli? Ooh, is that okra? Burn pan is active in my area? Yeah. I was right, they were Hamburg steaks. Good lord. That burner was going. Ah yes, the mess. A little bit of cream. Is this the Japanese equivalent of a fajita? Because I'm getting the same kind of excitement I get when I see a fajita platter come out. Insert generic inside joke. Insert joke about boobs here. Insert getting bullied by my mods here. Insert pee-pee poo-poo joke here. Was it... Wait, were you uploading shorts to somewhere? Is that what it's from, Beef? Oh my god, it's Squash! Hi, Squash! I'm sorry, I missed you further up above. And thank you for self-care, Orwell. Aziz Ansari said it best. It's only a matter of time before someone in Japan picks something up from America and they're gonna be really good at it. Have you seen Japanese pizzas? Japanese fried chicken? They already have. Like, introduce them to a chicken fried steak, they'll make it better in a week. They'll make it better in a week. Ooh. Wait. Chicken fried steak, a gravy, over rice? Generally does not sound like a bad idea. What was that scoop of gelatinous rice? They need an assistant? Alright, but you're paying to be the assistant. Also taco rice? Ooh. It's like Japanese pizzas are smaller, but there are specialty pizza places in Japan that are phenomenal. But I'm also trying to think of some other things. See, there's karage, that's fried chicken. I mean, their egg dishes are severely better than anything I could think of in the United States. What's some seafood they've... Oh, fried fish! Japan's fried fish, I would say, is better than any fried fish you could find in America. I started thinking, I was like, wait, I don't think there's any signature fried fish dishes in America. It all comes down to fish and chips, and that's British. Cuban-style rice and beans with some peppers. You madman. They've been saying this for decades, and there's still like squares of white styrofoam. You talking about Japan? I mean, katsu sandwiches and stuff are pretty phenomenal. I wouldn't say they're anything crazy special, but they're pretty good. I didn't say fish and chips. I was gonna say, like, fish and chips, though, is British. The thing is, though, is fish and chips is kind of it when it comes to, like, fried fish or any equivalent of, like, fish sticks, God forbid. But Japan makes so many fried fish dishes that they all look phenomenal. Especially, like, whole fish. Bonito flakes. And grilled offal. No chips in the carnival, not very inclusive of the British in this tent. Nope, they're French fries. They're called French fries. And even then, the Japanese are more prone to use pieces of meat that the US just throws out. Most unique fried fish. Okay, you're right, Atlas. You're getting there very close. Like catfish and like Cajun fried fish is so good. But in terms of variety, I don't think there's many. Catfish, snapper, some vague whitefish. Well, true, you're right. French fries are Belgian. But what I was saying is like they're not American. Hi, Carrie. Oh yeah, catfish and po' boy. Oh god, you had to mention po' boy. It's Thursday. It's my weekly day that I sometimes show up at my favorite Cajun place. The one that last time I went, I told her, just surprise me. Here's $20. To be fair, the Japanese are very resourceful with the stuff that they have. Also true. But they're also basically a quote-unquote small. They're not that small. But that's besides the point. Massive archipelago that has access to so much seafood. And then there's also the fact that like foraged greens are still very much a thing in Japan. There's not a lot of communities in the US that still forage for their vegetables. Think of a person you know that forages for their vegetables, and the next word that comes to your mind is probably weirdo. But like Japan still sells, like you can find them at an unrare amount of restaurants where you can get foraged greens and stuff. Well, at the carnival, if you did that, you'd never see the booth owner again. Burger's not American either. Really? Where's it from? Oh, that's more karaage. Made very good dishes with it, but green iguana is delicious. Is it? I've never had iguana. I've had dolphin. I've had shark. I've had octopus. What are some of the weirder things that I've had? I think that's pretty as far out there as I can think of. I've had sea urchin. I've had all that jazz. See the booth owner again? They took your money and left? Crazy. Lemons? Wait, you don't like lemons? Hamburg? Oh, obviously. I'm an idiot. Duh. The surprise is yo ass got round. No, we don't steal from people looking for entertainment. We do steal from billionaires, though. Because that is morally correct. Smile. Smile. What if we deep fry Marin? What do we get? Skinned. You get skinned. Wahoo or mahi mahi? Are you asking me in terms of if I've had those fish or which one's better? I've had mahi mahi. I don't know off the top of my head if I've had wahoo. Mahi mahi is the dolphin fish. Calabarin? Oh my god. The time where we talked about the Wiggles robbing people? Okay, yeah, but they take toys and stuff. They don't take money. Like, if you win a goldfish, which honestly they may be doing a favor if you win a goldfish from the alley. That is some fluffy looking rice, dude. Had the fish. I've had mahi-mahi. Again, though, I can't think of if I've ever had wahoo. Woohoo! What else have I had? I've had most shellfish except like isopod. Mainly because that's only sold and eaten really in Japan. Drunk me has good taste. What did you do? What did you do, Tia? What happened? Wait, a goldfish hunt? Real interesting pick of price since we were robbed of our goldfishes? That came full circle? I mean, have you looked closely at the goldfish that we give away? Their mouths aren't typically supposed to go that far back. So if you do put it in a... You know what? Just put it in your tank. Just go put it in the fish tank and see what happens. I apparently bought an iMac G3 and it turned up today. What? You what? An iMac G3, like a used one?
そうですね。あれですかね。2人が地元で、僕は四国香川県から来てる。
Oh my god. What color is it? What color is it? I need to know. Okay, you sending me pictures? Good. Good.
ちゃんとソースカツなんですけど。
I want to know what color it is.
過ぎなくてちょうどいい塩梅に調整されてますね。
Is it working?
結構肉厚なんで。
Or are you gonna fix it?
結構薄いやつだと残念感あるんですけど。
If it was thinner, it'd be a disappointment. I agree. I'm not a fan of thinner katsu. I need a bit of meat in there. Oh, it's black. Is it? Or is that just lighting? Is it blue or is it black? It looks black to me. Does it work? It's totally working. I just need to put a drive in and install OS 9. That's so cool. Tia, did I ever tell you about an idea I had at some point? About the like retro corner I wanted to build after the move? I basically want to build a corner in the new house where we can do essentially what will be a like retro night of shows. But it'll be from the point of view as if you were like hanging out in a beanbag with a bunch of your homies. So it would effectively come down to like a camera point of view next to me and whoever else we're doing it with. Chilling in beanbags, playing retro games on a retro TV. Oh, slate. Okay, so it was grayish. Damn, that's a lot of fish. Yeah, that's an idea I had at one point, to be able to play like a whole bunch of like retro horror games and stuff. And not the remakes that I have been playing. But then play it in a way that's like very reminiscent for a lot of people. It wouldn't be like crazy clear or crazy observable. Wow, we made it through the whole thing. Whole thing. Crazy. All right. We're not totally done just yet. Oh. Okay, I did start the music. So let's go ahead and put Streamer to use away. We can go back to the big screen. Exactly. Do you have a good time? Gestures and fucking everything. Yeah, the thing is, once I move, I'd have to find that equipment, which may be a little hard. I genuinely don't know how hard it's going to be to find it in Scandinavia. But there's no telling. There's genuinely no telling. But homies chilling in the beanbags 5 feet apart because they're only suspected homosexuals. You're being arrested for being suspected of homosexuality. What do you have to say for yourself? Wait, there's a third Monster Hunter Stories already? What? Since fucking when? All right, let me see if I can find anybody. Oh shit, Siri's playing Lockdown Protocol. People still play Lockdown Protocol. Hell yeah. Pumpkin's currently playing Persona 5. Sansar, what do you have to say? You're moving to a livable place? Really? Hopefully. Someday. Someday. But I can't find spooky. Oh, Tommy's doing a donathon. Day 38? Oh no, Archer's doing the donathon. Tommy's just hanging out. Salty's doing a PNG, but we rated Salty this week already, I'm pretty sure. Let's do Legos, Phasmo. Confetti's doing Silent Hill F or Forte. Let's do... Damn it, where did they go? I think we're gonna raid Body Doll.
Well,
how did my life come to be Persona? That's a good question. That's a good question. What do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to say for yourself? Shouldn't be too hard. There might just be a language thing. That's totally fine. We're gonna raid Body Doll, who's currently playing Phasmophobia. Oh, wait a second. Her stream's lagging like fucking crazy. Okay, maybe not. I want to throw it into somewhere where you get a good viewing experience. But... let's do Fairbanks. We'll raid Fairbanks. All right, the game's good, but the rest ain't for me. That makes sense. All right, chat. I will see you come Monday if I don't see you tomorrow for Mage Time. If you make it to Mage Time, we're gonna be over on Hectics at 11 a.m. CST. Other than that, I think we have Vampire on Sunday night. Possibly the last session. Possibly the last session. But other than that, I think that's it. And I did make it so that only mods and above can now do the sub raid message and such. So if you have a sub, please do grab the crime brulee. If you don't, please grab the crime please. Or if you think the crime please is funnier, I would also recommend it then. Persona dislikes Persona, shocking news. Listen, it's fine. Now go get Fairbanks some love. They're playing World of Warcraft. I think they're doing, they're doing Burning Crusade Classic. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And I will see y'all later. Good night.